Right, okay. Got a Microsoft update today. And what little information that the Xbox gave me when I was streaming is gone. All I've got now is a microphone symbol. So I haven't got a clue if anyone's watching or not. Nice one. And my timer is gone as well. Yeah. That's pretty much done. Now it's just the red symbol with no timer. Cool. Oh, hi Terry. Hi. How are you? How have you been? We're off to Winterhold. Oh yeah, you were saying that. Yeah, I was as well. So, how did it go, Terry? Oh, well, we're seeing that before, but should be in here.
Come on in. We got warm
They
food,
put
warm
me
drink.
on, a different medication. Yeah, maybe that might help. Maybe. But, yeah, my foot. Apparently I'm getting blood flow problems and then I'm getting fluid retention. He said I might have to wear one of those support socks, so I'll definitely look really old then, won't I? Or if it gets much worse, maybe something much more. I'm having side effects. I keep getting dizzy. Yeah, you might need to kind of get used to the new medication. Yeah, it slows the heart rate down. Oh. Well, yeah, you'd want to be taking it easy then, let's say, not exerting yourself too much. I thought it was in here. Okay, apparently I'm wrong. Must be the other guy. Oh. Oh, I've got to walk to the college.
Yes, what is it? Carlia? Then she's finally found it. Do you have Gallus's journal?
Feels like I'm drunk all the time. Yeah, it must be. Very disorientating. I think, let's say, after a while, it won't be so bad. Your system is just, probably got to get used to it. Oh, hi, TM. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How have you been? And welcome, Raiders.
Problem? Let me see it. Ah, this
Hi,
is
TM.
just like Gallus.
Hi, Shadow.
Dear friend, but always too clever for his own good. He's written all of the text.
Yeah, I just literally got on
language.
just a few moments ago. I got an update from Microsoft today. Yeah, the usual thing. And do you know that little timer we used to get while we were streaming? And view counter? Yeah, that's gone. Now we've got a microphone symbol and a red dot. Cool. Yeah, really, I don't know why anyone streams on Xbox. I am sorry. Yes, it's good that you did. It's good that you did. And maybe look into, some of that group therapy we were talking about as well, just to try it, to see if, to see if that would help as well. But good for you, Terry. You've taken a step in the right direction.
I suppose that's a benefit to
No.
losing a few customers.
However, I know
So what have you been
someone
up
who
to,
might.
TM?
The court wizard of Markarth, Calselmo, may have the
I
materials
was
you
playing
need to
Alien
get this
Isolation.
journal translated.
Nice. And
Word
one
of
of my
warning,
followers had perfect timing
Calselmo is a fierce
with a
guardian
jump
of
scare
his
sound.
research. Getting the information won't be easy.
It scared me so bad. I got lightheaded. Oh my. Mm. I have an appointment next Thursday with the. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
He was a dear friend of mine. And a
I think this is the one where they
surprisingly
send us to Markra, isn't it? We've got to do all that sneaking, let's say, in Casalmo's
I suppose that risk
laboratory.
always
That one is
coexisted with
actually
his
fun.
line of work. I just never thought his luck would run out.
But this guy has a ton of dialogue,
For the thrill, of course. He was quite
which
clear
is
that
a
he
little
felt more
different
in his
from
element climbing through a
Creation
window
Club
rather
quests.
than hunched
Where there's
over a
zero
dusty
dialogue.
tome. Ah, yes, quite an amusing anecdote, actually. I caught him trying to break into my laboratory. I was about to show
It's a
him
pity
the
about the
error of his
Xbox
ways
thing.
when
Maybe
he
it's
made a
one-off.
curiously
Maybe
astute
it might come
comment
back
about
again.
my
It
research
was
notes.
really handy.
I was
Yeah,
astounded
you had the
and
timer
his
up
error
and
led to a conversation.
a view counter
Who
and
would have
everything.
imagined it would lead to such a strong
Mm.
friendship?
Not a great system to stream from, is it, Xbox? I need a minute. No problem, Terry. Yeah, it probably is. As I said, it's a new medication, so it will take your system a while. Probably 4 or 5 weeks at least to, get used to it. And make sure you've got someone with you, Terry.
Besides the fact that there are only a handful of people in Tamriel that even recognize the language, I'm
So have you
fairly
played
certain
that
he was
Alien
planning some
Isolation
sort of a
before, TM?
heist that involved a deep understanding of the Falmer
I think I
language.
recognize that game. It's
Sadly, we never had
it's
the
fairly old,
opportunity
isn't
to
it?
speak about the details.
Oh, your dad is with you. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Ironically, I pointed him in the same direction I pointed you, to Markarth.
Caselmo.
Calselmo.
Yeah, I knew that.
I'm only hoping
Yeah, I
that
remember
the
this
means
one.
used to learn the language will still be available to you. In the time before man, they were known as the Snow Elves.
Oh, you
They
haven't?
lived in the
Ah.
sunlight and had a very prosperous
Yeah.
society.
I think I know that one. It is quite old, isn't it?
Well, then he's welcome to eat and drink at home, isn't he?
But there was one. Oh, I think it was my grandnephew. Played it a few years back. It was actually even free on gold one time. I think it was called Thief. Strange game, not for everyone, But it was set inside of this asylum. And oh, hi MJ. Hi, how are you? It was released, yes, in October 2014. Yeah. So, yeah, pretty old. 8ish. And he said he was doing this one thing where he peeped through this keyhole and this kind of phantom came right up to the keyhole. He said that was it. Stopped playing and never played it again. So yeah, there's a few like that.
Calselmo is stubborn as a... Can I help you with anything else?
That's
Be
it.
careful.
So we've got to, yeah, as I said, go to Markra. Cool. Now I think Casalmo. Oh yeah, I'll need some kind of paper. That I know. I did some quests for this guy. Yeah, I don't want a stolen object, let's say. So, where am I gonna find some paper?
Ours is the only family left that truly cares what happened.
Really?
Win or hold.
It's everywhere when you don't need it. I don't
That
think you can
wizard is still at the inn.
buy it.
Can't believe Dagger.
And because your note is actually worth nothing, you can't launder it either.
No one seems to care what they've done to our home.
It's clear that memories are far too
And it's clear
Ah,
as there's more to Dagor on
I'd definitely find some in Winterhold. Oh, why not? I'm partial to a gem. Okay, we'll have to find some somewhere else.
Azura's wisdom to you, friend.
Gets me with this quest every time. If you steal the paper, you get a kind of robin,
Fancy
so I like to
yourself
keep
an
it as
alchemist?
a kind of
Never could get
souvenir.
the hang of that.
No, Whiterun probably. I think I've seen some in the keep. Where are you, Whiterun? Whiterun, Whiterun, Whiterun. And then we're off to Markra. Ah, here it is. I hate arriving here at night. I'm still hung up on the... Oh, it's not a bug, that vampire attack thing. I know it's... the mechanic has been broken, but... still a little paranoid. Okay, let's go off to the keep, see if we can get ourselves some paper without stealing it.
Trouble?
Divine Smile.
I usually keep some, but this time I've actually forgotten. Come across it all the time, but... Oh...
Let me show you the power of Talos Storm.
Ah...
Or not the know, where my breath
Now, that's a bug. That's the typical bug. That is a typical bug, that is.
Careful with that.
Yeah, he should not be dead.
For I love you. I love, even as that great Talos cherished. For he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim.
Alright, just throw him in there for a while. Well, that's the first drop dead one I've seen so far.
There it is, friends. We are
It doesn't matter so much with the guards that spawn back.
So you can cast a few spells. Am I supposed
Yeah, this game never changes, does it? The NPCs seem to be okay. There's nothing that could have happened here that killed that guard, so... Murderer. Not detected. Oh, welcome back, Terry. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I did everything right in this game. That should not be. But I think it's definitely when you load up the sow. I think they're spawning in the air and then falling to their death. The usual. There it is. Roll of paper. Perfect. That's all I wanted. Right, let's get out
Another
of here.
wanderer here to lick my father's boots. Good job.
All I needed was the roll of paper. Oh, Bethesda. Yeah. Yeah, Terry loves that name, Bethesda.
holy word. Talos the mighty. Talos the
Now,
unerring.
we're werewolves, so we don't need to use that anymore.
What is it?
We have something I want to drop back, that Whiterun guard's armor. Ah, that's so silly. It shouldn't have really been.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
That's ridiculous. That's when you usually resurrect the ones on console commands. Oh my! I've got to resurrect MJ. I totally forgot. But he's naked.
I offer remedies
He'll
for
spawn some
ailments,
clothes
both
anyway.
common and rare.
I'll actually
Let me
resurrect
know
him.
if I can be of service.
It's a mod spell. Yeah, yeah, thanks for actually... I'm so used to playing without that spell. Thanks for reminding me.
I sell
But we
cures
did
for
strip
all
him. We'll have to
ills.
walk
I'll
around
be happy
naked
to
till
serve
he
you.
respawns this stuff, I'm afraid.
What do you need? So you're interested in my potions?
Yeah,
and
I'll go back,
ingredients?
I'll resurrect him. But I think, let's say, when the cell resets, he'll just die again anyway. Okay, we want to launder this diamond. Where are you? Sapphire. Oh, apparently it's not stolen anymore. Weapons. Oh, I don't need a weapons really. But I need the 4 boots, and that's the full set. They usually have a shield, but any shield will do. And we'll keep the whole thing. Why not? Okay, it doesn't appear to be stolen now. That's strange. Oh, I want to get rid of these.
Come back anytime. You look... Ah, so
We don't
you're
need
an
them anymore.
alchemist then.
Oh, thanks, Terry. Oh, he hasn't got enough. She hasn't got enough money, so we'll do it in the next one. I've always wanted to get rid of these. We don't need so many lockpicks anymore. We've got
Something for just about
no
everybody
breaking
here.
lockpick per
Give
count.
up.
So
You and me, take a look.
what we'll do is we'll sell them all, and then we'll just buy 20 back, or 10. Yeah, I just like to keep a certain number of lockpicks. It's just taking some time. At least we'll be done after this. If you keep talking calm like that, I will end up falling asleep. It's always been slow doing this. I was holding too many of these. It's a pity I can't get this to move. Here we go. A bit quicker. Now we just need 10. I like to keep 10. And then we're ready to move on. I'll go back and I'll resurrect that guard. You'll have to walk around naked for a while, I'm afraid. How long he'll stay alive is anyone's guess. There.
Do come back.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, I have that spell somewhere. MJ. And I totally forgot about that one. Okay, I don't think I have it here, have I? Resurrection. There it is. That's the one I want. Okay, let's bring him back.
Take pity, sir, and spare me a few seconds.
So rise up, children of the
Oh, been tending your house.
Oh, there he is.
You smell like a wet dog.
mighty Talos,
Yeah,
he who is both man and
I don't know how long he'll live for, to be honest, after a resurrection spell.
Be glad you're here in the city, and not out in Riverwood. Those
But if that was in vanilla, let's say, that would have been brilliant. And it's proper, let's say, console resurrect, not like, you know, the ones you get in the game where they're just zombies. No, that's
come
kind
by
of
Bellator's
perfect.
shop at the market. I'm
How
sure
long it keeps is another thing. No, I haven't seen James for ages either. I've slightly changed my streaming time, so I rarely see James anymore. Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, James, I haven't seen him in ages. Oh, he's probably busy working, you know what it's like. Now, we'll just drop this junk off. And then we're going to do our quest. We have quite a few things to pick up there. We have to do the quest. There's some unique items. The gem I missed. The spider control rod. I think there's another thing as well. The Dwemer box. Yeah, for the Thieves Guild. There's 3 things I think I want there. And on the way down as well, I think we'll get a unique... You see, this is fairly unique here, and I'll show you what I mean. The White Run Guard stuff. I might try and get a full set. There. Okay, we're all ready. Oh yeah, what are we putting here? Gourd. I haven't found those yet. But I have some packed out in the farm. But stop. Excuse me. At the farm on the way down. I'll do the last of the planting on that one. Oh, hi gamer. Hi. How are you? How have you been doing? Oh, you lost your Skyrim disc, sorry. What happened? Just mislaid it. Oh yeah, the sneeze. My apologies, Terry. So, how did you manage? Did you just kind of break it accidentally, or just can't find it? I suppose, you know, that's the best about digital downloads. I've got it on disc, but I've also got it on digital download. Yeah, you misplaced it. That's a pity. That is a pity. I've always liked the discs. But the digital downloads are handy as well. Yeah, I got this game originally. And the one I have is not a special edition. You know, the old one? I mean, the really old one. And then they didn't make Skyrim backward compatible. So I got the special edition. Then the anniversary edition. I think I've got another download of it somewhere as well. But if you're really into the game, I've seen it go on sale for as little as, with everything on it, let's say as little as $20. It's not a bad investment. So, when was the last time you played Skyrim Gamer? Yeah, I've seen it a few times for that. But now with the anniversary edition out, they'll probably kind of hike the price. It used to regularly go on sale, the special edition. But you know the anniversary then as well, 30 something bucks I think, isn't it? Yeah, if you have the game already, it's yeah, you know. Oh my god, how many times have they sold that same game? About a month or two. Oh, so it looks like you're going to have to do a treasure hunt for your disc. And good night, Terry. And stay safe. Yeah. And nice to hear from you and, you know, how you're getting on. I appreciate that. Take care, and take care of yourself, Terry. Stay safe, and have a great day tomorrow. Bye. And thanks for the host. So, this is the stuff. These gourds. And I think the rest are pretty much done. We have those done, and the cabbage. And it's just the gourds. And we have one to bring back as well, so we're okay. There. That's all our planting done here. I could go with ingredients, but you know, I want this to look like a farm. I've got a ton of ingredients. Don't really need them anymore. And to you too, Terry. Bye. Yeah, hopefully it will pass it. Your system will just need to get used to it, Terry. Oh, hi, Zach. Hi, and thanks for the bit, Zach. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. How have you been? How have you been keeping? My longest playthrough, I got to owning a house and joining the army. Oh, you pick sides. I kind of leave that till late in the game. Yeah, till very late in the game. I find it's way better that I can deal, let's say, in all of the military camps. And I tend to take out all the side quests and stuff. But I've got rid of the quest line from the companions and I'm now on the Thieves Guild. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear, Zach. Oh, you've been napping. Nice. I tend to do that myself. And me too, yeah. Oh, these past few years I get tired quite easily. The problem is I can't sleep much. I tend to just, nap in small small doses, really. No, the usual, once you get to my age, back problems. But still, I'm this side of the soil, so it can't be that bad. Yeah, this is a kind of a stealth mission we're going to do. So we don't have to kill anyone. But we do have... It's lengthy enough. I know how to get about 300 gold as soon as you get the White Run. Nice. Let's say, way back I used to use the glitches. Let's say, the old wooden tray thing. To get those chests from the NPCs. Oh, nice. Yeah, it depends on, let's say, the kind of work you do, really, you can get these problems, even if you're exclusively doing an office job, just sitting on that chair, that can really destroy a man. But the stuff I did was like, for 2.5 decades, the last of, let's say, my working life was landscaping, and that was landscape gardening. I really loved that, But it's very physical. And I was always there, and I would always, put the hours in. You know what it's like. But yeah, that eventually caught up with me, I'm afraid. Eventually did. Ah well, There we go. So we're pretty safe here.
I'm telling you, I heard it.
Or at least we seem to be. So we head to Calcemo. And I think he refuses and we gotta sneak in, isn't it? But we'll say it before the quest in case we get caught in any dialogue. It's been about just over 2 years since I last played Zack. And we're playing this on Legendary, but this game is easy. It's always been. It's just a matter of grinding your character at the beginning. But I'm kind of refamiliarizing myself with the quest. And then they've spammed us with dozens of Creation Club quests where they were pretty vague as well. But we know our way around them now as well. You talk to a trader, she will send you on a mission. Go on a mission, then on the plus. In the same place you find a companion. You would talk to her in a fist fight. Ah, yes. There's a fist fight with Utgrid, yeah, in Whiterun. Then let's say, well, yeah, that's the fist fight one. There's one, well, you can do it with some of the orcs as well in the strongholds. There's Benor, isn't it, in Mortal? Yeah, there's quite a few. And there's a guy in Markra as well. Yeah, it's 100 gold bet, yeah. But I tend to grind my character, Gamer Boy, on alchemy, so, like, I don't even really want money, but this is a side effect of getting speech up. So I've got 1 million, yeah, just over 1.5 million. So it gets kind of useless at a certain stage.
Look, I'm very busy.
But over the years I've put a lot of time into this game. I hear you're the authority on ancient
Then
farmer.
you were well informed. I am at
You'll
this
see why
very
I got the
moment
paper in a moment.
completing my magnum opus on the subject. I'm calling it Calcelmo's Guide to the Former Tongue. It will revolutionize the way we understand those ancient beings. Preposterous. That research represents
Yeah.
years of personal toil in some of the most
Yeah,
dangerous
so
ruins in Skyrim.
there's some really nasty guys in here. But I've got sneak up 2, it's max, and invisibility. This should be a cakewalk. And marry the Riverwood girl in the market. Yeah, that's right. You're on about, oh, there's a few, isn't there? You can marry, Yosoda as well, isn't that her name? There's quite a few characters, actually. But they will automatically, let's say, become like traders. And if you pick one that already owns a store, you can actually move in there. So that's nice. You can marry her and move into her store. I kind of like that thought of being a kept man for a change. Yeah, it would be nice.
Well, I'm not blind to the fact that you've been instrumental in improving my affairs of the heart. If you wish, you may enter my tower to view the museum section. But I'm afraid the laboratories are still off limits.
Yeah,
That's
it's the
best I can
laboratories
offer.
I want to get. And that's it. Now I can walk in, but once it gets to the laboratories, it's just a museum I get into. Now, here we've got to be pretty careful. We don't want to kill anyone. And really, if we're careful, we don't have to. The last thing we need is a bounty. I've done this game, where is it? With 0 bounty so far. But there comes a time there's a quest, you'll automatically get a bounty anyway, that I don't mind. Now, can anyone remember where the unusual gem is here? there's no need for me to steal from these, but let's just see what's in it. The usual. We might as well. Why not? Oh, there it is. I was looking for that stupid thing everywhere. I don't tell you how long. 14. We should have 15 out of 24. There's actually 9 missing now. That makes a 4 crown for the Thieves Guild. I know there's a few more offhand, but I was hoping to get quests that would lead me to that place, and I can get them out at the same time. That's why I was in no rush. Let's say for this one. I was in no great rush. Oh, there's a gourd. Yeah. We can plant that one later. Ah, empty. Seems like Croc was already thieving in here. Now, he gave me access to this place, but this is quite a different story. Now, we need to pick up a Dwemer cube. We'll hang on to the spider rod. And I think that's it. That's all we need to be on the lookout here. I can remember where everything is. So I don't think we'll have any problems finding it. Usually the best person, especially in vanilla in this Game Boy, to marry. Because she's essential. Well, that's a handy thing to have. And that's Moll, the lioness from Riften. Only one small problem. Aaron. Aaron is the guy that saved her. And, you know, he's always hanging around her like a little puppy dog. But I remember I brought her to Lakeview. And I came back during the day and Aaron was actually in the house. He's from Riften. So I watched him for a while. So what he does is, let's say, he stays there during the night, and during the day, he'll walk back to Riften, almost certainly getting killed. So I don't use, let's say, her anymore to move. I keep her, let's say, in Riften. I've got a mod that allows me to put followers in my houses. Let's say out for my house, Carl. So I've left her in Honeyview in Riften. I think it's better that way. But what you need is, you know, one of the very few essential NPCs. Now, it should be easy. That's the wrong one. What I need in that is candlelight. I know it makes our sneaking a little harder, but when invisibility and sneak together, I can't see much of a problem. Let's see what we have here. You see, although I might think I know where everything is here, the Creation Club has dumped off a lot of stuff. Items and things that you pick up to start quests. And I've actually gotten a few extra quests like this, just, you know, researching an area for something that I don't really recognize. Oh, here's this. There's the spider rod. Do you see that one? Uncle Kilsamo got back from Mizzleshaft, or Shaft, whatever it is, today. Lots of artifacts this trip. He even brought me something. Now, you see the spider rod? I got one in another Creation Club quest. There's a place in one of the Creation Club houses where you hang this staff. But although it's got the same kind of looking name is this? It didn't actually go in, so it must be this one. Oh, take care. Take care, Gamer Boy. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Gamer Boy. Bye. So, what have you been up to today, Zach? Yeah, it's the same old stuff for me. I just every few months I go for a checkup, and earlier today was my time, or was it yesterday? The days seem to, I don't know, when you're tired, Zach, days don't have any meaning. They all kind of blend together. He even bought me something. A spider that didn't completely shatter when the guards smashed it. He wants me to get it working again, my first big research project. I reassembled a spider with spare parts from the museum. All the joints move, just not on their own. Uncle said the spider needed a control crystal with the right electromagnetic signature. The guards are out looking for one now. Spiders enjoying, and this goes on and on and on. I wanted to show the Earl, but I can't seem to get the spider to leave the lab. It looks like its control crystal only works up here. Maybe if I can reattune the enchantment, and we're stealing that. Now, I really don't want that guy to follow me. I kind of forget how this goes. But that's the spider control rod and the diary. Hopefully the hills. Oh nice, he's staying there. No, we just want that. Goodbye, gamer. Oh my. That's not good. Now, I want that spider to die. I didn't see this one coming. That's okay. Spider is not real. That's it. Perfect. Perfect. When I got to Riften, I killed... Oh, the mean, yeah. What was her name again? Yeah, that's part of the Brotherhood quest. Whatever political religion... Oh. Without knowing... Oh! You killed her before. Sorry, I missed that. Oh, not good. Yeah, you killed her before the mission. Yeah. That's your first target in the Brotherhood. You know that quest from Windhelm? I've never tried, let's say, killing her and then trying to do the quest. But knowing this game, it would probably bug it out. Yeah, sorry I missed that. Okay, that's locked. Not bad. We can go this way. That guy had a bit of a run-in, didn't he? We can go around the other way, but we got our spider control thingy, so we're okay. And there's nothing really of value here that I can remember, at least. But let's have a look. Ooh. Who knows? We might find something interesting here. Ah. Tremor history. Junk. Oh, what have we got here? Let's see what's in here. It's been a while. Oh, the dwarfs. You can actually get them without sealing them. They're not that rare. Ah. We don't need any keys. So this is Caselmo's little place. Yeah, we don't need any keys. We're way past keys. Okay. I know the layout of this one for the future. Now we need to go through there. Hang on, what have we got here? Nah, just some junk for the guards. Yep. We're pretty much done here. Okay, so we go the long way around. And the key would have opened this, but I've already got a ton of keys. Actually, let's get that. Oh, you. That was stupid. Let's go get that key. Those guys will calm down in a moment. Yeah, they'll calm down.
Oh well. Must have run off.
That's actually the lab key, not the museum key. Now, away we go.
What do you think this is?
There's a poison trap down here, but we're pretty okay because we've got that immunity.
Another trap. Three of the guards died when the lower hall flooded with steam last week.
Yeah, I should just mentioned it there. This shouldn't bother us. Now we should get a full set of guards armor in here as well. See if it's killing any of the guards and getting a bounty if we might as well collect it. It should be down here. Yeah, we're pretty okay. There he is. There. Yeah, we can do it easily. I think we can turn it off from there. No. And a ton of traps, of course. Yeah, they only come down as far as there. That'd be too bad. Okay. It's been a while since I did this. Let's have a look and see what's in here. Hide. Well, the pelt is pretty rare. I wouldn't mind getting the pelt, but hide is common enough. Okay. Now let's see what's down here. Junk. Absolute junk. Right, let's be on our way. Ah, now this is where everything is. This is where we have to be really careful. There's a book and then there's a Dwemer cube down here. Dwemer cube is over here. That one. And I think the book is here. Twin secrets. Ah, it's rare, but it's not that rare. I think that's everything here, guys. That's everything I remember. And this will unbar it. And let's carry on. Now, no matter how successful you are on this, they'll come barging in. It's just a matter of sneaking past them. I just need chalk in here, the paper I have, so the note we'll get back won't be stolen. And there it is. But before we do that, we'll have a quick look around and see what we've got in here. But with the right skills, it's a pretty easy quest. Yeah. That's the one. You see, we just need charcoal. Now, if we had stolen paper, our note would be stolen. We couldn't launder it because it's not worth anything. When you sell it, it doesn't appear in the menu to buy back. That's it. Pretty much. So we take an etching of that thing down there, and then we get out of dodge. Yeah, we get out of dodge. Why not before we go? So the second we'll do this, they'll come barging in. And then we get out.
Yes, I'm positive
That's
I
it.
heard something.
All right. If there is a thief, he won't leave this tower alive. But shouldn't we inform Master Calcelmo?
I'll deal with my uncle. Just go. Scour this place from top to bottom.
But, you see, if you didn't have invisibility, it would have been kinda hard to get out of here. You see, that guy is still there. But I suppose if I didn't have invisibility, if you had a strong enough sneak, I suppose, you might come down this way here, pretty close, and eventually get past him. But, yeah, we're out of here. Now, I remember we can jump from here, isn't it? And there was a body or something down here. I could be mistaken. No. I wonder where it was. It was actually a body. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yep. That's it. We're out of here. Now we can sell some of the junk here. Okay, where's that lady orc? There she is.
May your weapon.
Yeah, she'll buy some of this junk from us.
Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Let me see. Ah. You see, you can get these back as long as they're worth money. There we go. Yeah,
Until next time.
that's everything. Now we can get out of here. I can't remember. We deliver a package to this guy for some reason. And I can't remember that guy there, where that quest is. Right. What's next? There. Okay, back to Winterhold. Alright, perfect timing. Let's get this quest done.
Let me know if you want. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
The mages
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
let us go into college. They said it's not safe in there.
There we go.
Back, eh? And how was our... I suppose it would be inappropriate of me to ask how you obtained this, so I simply...
Yeah,
A rubbing, eh?
correct.
Odd. I expected notes.
It's quite detailed.
I understand. Now, let me take a good look at this. Over here, please.
There, we'll let them gabble around for a while.
This is intriguing, but highly disturbing. It appears that Gallus had suspicions about Mercer Frey's allegiance to the Guild for months. Gallus had begun to uncover what he calls an unduly lavish lifestyle replete with spending vast amounts of gold on personal pleasures.
Does the journal say where this wealth came from?
Yes, Gallus seems certain that Mercer had been removing funds from the Guild's treasury without anyone's knowledge.
Anything else, Enther? Anything about the Nightingales?
Yes, here it is. The last few
Oh, this
pages
Nightingale thing, yeah.
describe the failure of the Nightingales, although it doesn't go into great detail. Gallus also repeatedly mentions his strong belief that Mercer desecrated something known as the Twilight Sepulchre.
Shadows preserve us. So it's true.
I'm not familiar with the Twilight Sepulchre. What is it? What's Mercer Frey done?
I'm sorry, Enther. I can't say. All that matters is we deliver your translation to the Guild immediately. Farewell, Enther. Words can't express.
It's all right, Carlia. You don't have to say a word.
What's that? Secret enter.
Listen, all I want is the truth to be revealed to the Guild. They respected Carlia, and she deserves better. Do whatever you can, and I'd consider it a personal favor.
Thanks.
If trying to rid yourself of stolen goods becomes a burden and you find
We'll see if
yourself
this
in
spider
Whittier,
rod will
disappear
go
from
in
college.
our home now as
I've
well.
been known to handle items of questionable interest from time to time, and I'll see what I can do. Shh. Meet me in my quarters.
Yeah, you're okay.
Was there something else? If you
that?
have further need of me, you can...
Okay, speak to Carlia.
We must hasten to Riften before Mercer... You've come this far, so I see no harm in concealing it any longer. The Twilight Sepulchre is the temple to Nocturnal. It's what the Nightingales are sworn to protect with their lives. Everything that represents Nocturnal's influence is contained within the
I thought
walls
when
of
I
the
first did
sepulchre.
this quest that we'd be
Now
called
it
back to
seems
protect it
Mercer's
or something,
broken
but
his
no.
oath with Nocturnal and defiled
Nothing
the
like
very
that.
thing he swore to protect. I felt the same way when Gallus first revealed these things to me. I think given time you'll understand what I mean. As a Nightingale, I've been sworn to secrecy regarding
I'd
the
understand
sepulchre.
better if less mystery
I know
was
the Guild doesn't
involved.
do much to foster faith, but I'm going to have to ask that you continue to trust me.
Very well. We'll do
I'll
it
make for
your way
Riften
for
and
now.
scout the situation. See if I can discover what Mercer's up to. When you're ready, meet me at the Ragged Flagon. In the meantime,
Here we go.
I wanted you to have this. It belonged to Gallus, but given the circumstances,
Oh,
I think he'd
is this
approve.
a bow or something?
If the Guild isn't
good
willing
use.
to
What
listen
is
to
it?
reason, you might have to.
I'm assuming you're
Nightingale
here for more
blade
than a
out.
social call. Down to business, eh?
The pursuit. This is much like Dawnbreaker, isn't it? Yeah, it's very like Dawnbreaker. Right, we got the blade.
The mages don't let us
So, let's see if the spider control rod will go back in that house at Markra. So let's see where we are now. Yep. And we're on the pursuit. Now we need to go to this place here. Where is it? There. Marwatch. Probably kill some bug and then we'll get in. Ah, you see this I don't like. I want to be getting rid of these guys when I can. There, we seem to be okay now. We're too close to mortal to stir up any enemies. I think they should have put this a little bit further out. Right, let's get in. Oh, hi Lady Grey. Hi. Oh, I'm fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well also. How have you been? Yeah, I put 2 of my followers in here, the mages. The one from that tower and the one from that Daedric quest. But I want to see if this is where we need to put this staff. This is the original one. Yay! It was the original one, I was right. So we need the Staff of Magnus from the Thieves Guild. Oh, and the sang... Yeah, we'll do that next in Whiterun. Oh, nice. Been watching TV. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was doing today as well. And we'll use that for the rest of our staffs. We need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My God, 6. And 1, 2, 3, 6, 12. 12 staffs. Any kind of staffs will do. We'll use these, let's say, for the Tarmor stuff and the Mythic Dawn stuff. That's the Paragon Gems and Oriole's Bow. And these, really, we can put whatever we need on them. Well, this is where I go with the 2 other clothing outfits, I suppose. And the rest is anything really, isn't it? Okay, let's get out of here. We got rid of our little spider control rod. We'll do this quest. Oh, fine. Yeah, I did that quest, let's say. You know, where you get the etching from Caselmo's laboratory. Pretty easy when you've got good sneak and invisibility. Yeah, pretty easy quest. I also collected a Dwemer cube for the Thieves Guild. I have a couple of items I need to drop back to them guys anyway. And now we're with just a couple of main quests to go from this one. But we're off to Riften. So have you been playing today, Lady Grey?
Fancy yourself an alchemist, huh? Never could get the hang of that.
She's in the... Oh yeah, she's in the Ragged Flagon. A Ragged Flagon. Which one is the Ragged Flagon? Well, that's the one... Yeah. That's the one in the rat way. We go in the other way. I don't want to go through the rat way. But we've got a massive amount of smaller quests, and I think almost every one except Windhelm. You know, all the little small ones. I like to get those ones out before I do too much in the main ones. Oh, nice! You were streaming this morning. Oh, they've locked me out. Ah, yes, they don't want me to go through this. They're forcing me to go through the rat ways. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, of course, I'll stumble, I'll mess the quest up really. So, we've got to sneak through this one again. I've let the guys live down here, so I don't want to kill them really. So we just sneak back in again. Oh nice, then played some Minecraft. I'll eventually have to try that game out. It looks so interesting. It would take me months, I think, just to figure out well, not everything, but you know, the basics of it. Yeah, let all these guys live. Now, we've got everything fixed in here, so I made a straight run. I even pickpocketed the gloves from that lunatic guy. And he's still alive, minus the gloves. There.
I'm glad you're here.
And that's why we can't go through the back.
Suspect who I am. Are you ready to face the guild?
Yup.
Keep your eyes open. I'm not sure what to expect when we enter the cistern.
And this is where we find out what a cad Mercer really is. And if I meet that guy, I want to give him all of those 2 pieces I've collected as well. But perhaps I'm better off if I finish this. Don't want it to bug out, so yeah. Oh, he's got an interesting quest. Do you remember that one? Something the man. He sends you to that, not large cairn, let's say, out past Winterhold, where you collect all the diaries. I think there's an unusual gem there as well. And then there's that NPC. With that name. I don't usually kill him. I think he's sometimes a target. But I think I'll kill him this time. Here we go. So the dialogue on this is a bit lengthy, but oh, these guys don't look happy.
Reason to be here with that murderer.
Please, lower your weapons so we can speak. I have proof that you've all been misled.
No
Yeah,
tricks,
yeah.
Carlia, or I'll cut you down where you stand. Now what's this so-called proof you speak of?
I have Gallus's journal. I think you'll find its contents disturbing.
Let me see. No, it can't be. This can't be true. I've known Mercer too long.
It's true,
Yeah, sure.
every word. Mercer's been stealing from the guild for years, right under your noses.
There's only one way to find out if what the lass says is true. Delvin, I'll need you to...
Then I had to go back to Skyrim to sell all my inventory. Oh, you had a lot gathered up. Oh my 5,000 balls. Oh, nice. You must have been using a mod for weight.
impossible.
That's a lot.
The door has the best puzzle locks money can buy. There's no way it can be picked open.
You didn't need to pick the lock.
What's she on about? Use your key on the vault, Delvin. We'll open it up and find out the truth.
And this is where we'll see. And basically he's cleaned them all out. Took a while to get rid of it all. I'd say so. You probably had to go around to the military camps as well. I can just carry the limit, let's say, what this guy can carry, so I've got to keep it trimmed down all the time. Yeah, he's cleaned them out. Nice.
The gold. It's yours. It's all gone.
That son of a bitch. I'll kill him.
Vex, put it
Yep.
away, right now. We can't afford to lose our heads. We need to calm down and focus. Do what he says, Vex. This ain't helping right there.
We're enamored
We do it your
of
way.
Cheater.
For now.
It lets me carry £10,000. Nice. I used to make those up with the restoration potion glitch in vanilla. I could really put it to anything, but getting it exact like £10,000 would be hard. I would get sometimes, 12,000, 17,000, 50,000, that kind of thing. Yeah, it can be done in vanilla with that glitch. I had one as well, actually, when I used to play the glitches, but kind of takes the fun. I'll use it again in my next playthrough, just to make, let's say, health enchantments, for NPCs. I'll pickpocket their clothes, and I'll put the enchantment on, and it pretty much makes them essential in the game. So if I get any dragon attacks and that, I maybe give them a decent weapon. I think, I don't even know if I have to give them. I'll do a few tests and see if they'll use the weapon. Give them a way to defend themselves. But it takes a long time if I'm going to do it that way. What I'll have to do is, when I'm not streaming, go around and use that to fix up the NPCs. I've done it twice on playthroughs, just for my own amusement. I think I streamed one on Mixer a long time ago. I went to Riften to settle a $40 bounty, and the guard stole my cheater's amulet. I could barely walk after that. Oh, until you got to the, yeah.
If you're looking for some extra coin.
Yeah, we've got 3 items already.
Look, before I help you track Mercer down, I need to know what you learned from Carlia. I mean, everything.
Do you remember that old Oblivion game, Lady Grey, we used to use? We used to use that getting jailed glitch. Well, it wasn't a glitch. They would take away one of our main skills, and then we could just replace it and, level up our character even more.
I feared that was the case. From that last entry in
I had to
Gallus'
reload
Diary, it looks like he
before
was
I
getting
talked to the
close
guard
exposing Mercer
and
to
put
the
my
Guild.
cheater jewellery in the
Anything
house,
else?
yeah. Before you paid your fine, yeah. Nice.
What? Nightingales? But I always assumed they were just a tale. A way to keep the young footpads in line. Was there anything else she told you?
That was an awesome game too, wasn't it? Yeah, crooked guards. What's new?
Trying to make Mercer look bad in front of Maven, eh? Clever lass. Was there anything else?
And that's
then
it.
I have an important task for you. I need you to
And
break
here we
into
go.
Mercer's home and search for
So
anything that
there's a
could
guard
tell us
here.
where
We
he's
can
gone.
pay his loan, I think. But I always prefer to find that Feather or something for what's her name, Maven. Yeah, it makes it more interesting.
Aye. A gift from the Blackbriars after they kicked the previous family out. Place called Riftweald Manor. He never stays there, just pays for the upkeep on it. Hired some lout by the name
Although
of
I think
Wall
I'll
to
pay it
guard
this
the
time.
place.
Ah, no, I get it. We'll see. It's hard to find.
Be careful, lad. This is the
I
last
think I know
place in
where it is.
Skyrim I'd ever want to send you. Just find a way in, get the information and leave. And you have permission to kill anyone that stands in your way.
Nah, I'm okay.
Good question. I've only set foot inside a few times myself, and that was in Mercer's company. If you can get past his chain...
Oh, there's
I think
a
your
nice
best
sword
bet
in
might be to
here.
run
I
to
think
the
this is the
second
Bella
floor balcony
statue.
in his backyard.
There might be another unusual gem, I'm not sure. I know there's a few items to pick up in his house.
No. It's some sort of crazy contraption Mercer
Yeah,
commissioned for
you need a
Queen's
bow
Gates.
to open it.
I'd wager a well-placed shot at the ramp's mechanism would lower it in a hurry. Huh. That'd be Bald. A real piece of work, that one. Mercer's holding something over his head, keeping him loyal.
Yeah,
Talk to
it's a
Vex.
debt.
She used to know him very well, if you catch my meaning. Better question would be, what did he leave? Mercer took everything. Even all of our plans are gone. Before Mercer
Plans
took
for
over,
what?
Gallus started
Oh yeah, the
collecting
Eye of the
every bit
Falmer.
material he could on locations the guild could heist. Museums, keeps, estates, you name it. By the time Mercer took over the guild, we must have had a few dozen. I don't have a clue. That door is impenetrable. Without
Yeah,
the
he's got the
key,
key.
It's impossible to open. I have a key, Delvin has a key, and Mercer has a key. That's it. There are no other copies.
That's it.
Careful at Mercer's place.
Now,
I don't want
what
to
I
lose
need to
anyone
do
else
is
in
I've
that
got a
map
couple
now.
of things here to hand in before we carry on. How do I get back out to this? Here. Ah, this. Yeah, this way. There's also still a quest down here. We'll do that later. Something the man, what's his name, this guy? Sent you on a pretty interesting quest.
It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a thief.
Vecco.
It's another to actually use
Even
them.
if you're one of us, you better not make trouble.
I heard what
Oh.
happened, and the guild owes you thanks.
Stabbed in the back. It's like a dog. Well, I was looking for this little beauty. If you happen across any other unusual trinkets like this,
That's one.
be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort. What a delightful find. This should cover it. Well, I was looking for this little beauty. If
Let's
you
do it
happen
then.
across any other unusual trinkets like this, be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort. It's worth quite a bit, actually. Quite a catch. There you go. This should make you smile.
Oh, 800. Always the
This
same.
is getting dangerous. Don't let me get
Okay.
the jump on you.
We'll get our option around here.
If I see Frey, I'll pluck his eyes from his skull with my bare hands.
Val.
That pig? Oh, I have info on him. More than you care to know. Vald, good side? Think you have the wrong person. The only thing Vald understands is gold. A man after my own heart.
So buy him
Sure,
off.
but he'll ask for a whole lot. I mean, you are asking him to betray Mercer Frey. Your best bet would be to erase his debt with Maven Blackbriar. If you talk to her, she might be able to give you the details. Of course, you could just run
Oh,
him
hi,
through and
Rebel.
take what you need off his corpse. I could
No
care less.
problem, no problem. I have the kitchen floor to get done before I lose my desire to do it. Oh, nice. And thanks for leaving it, Tab. How have you been, Rebel? We're getting through these ones.
While you're in there, help yourself to anything
Oh,
Frey's man.
we've got quite a few done. And there's not much more to do in the Thieves Guild. Now, what's next? Shoot mechanism. Yeah. Let's see if we put these guys up here. There's a timer lockbox. And there's the ship. Yeah. If you actually get the ship before the map, it gets a bit strange. The map keeps falling. Yeah. It's best to get the map before the ship. Alright. Let's get out of here. Okay, we'll wait till morning, I'd say. That would be better. Chores are never done. So, that's a nice stance. So, I think we talk to Maven. Now, this is a pretty strange quest. If you get too close, this guy attacks. So, you're best to talk to Maven. It doesn't give you the option, but we've got to find Maven. I've tried doing this without it, he'll just follow you and you'll have to kill him anyway, and it just, you know, pretty, I have to do that.
Croc, have you had anyone come by and try to
So,
Suppose you'd enchant him.
Not lately, why?
no, where's Maven?
We had one go missing from the pond
Well,
farm, and I was just wondering.
where is she?
I get it.
If you're
We'll
looking
actually
for a
go into
handout,
our
you'll want to
house.
speak with my
She's
husband.
probably in there now. I think she's got something we can steal there as well. Snowshot Manor. I don't know if this is the place.
Aha! A fellow Nord. I trust you're bringing the fight to the Empire?
No, I don't think this is the one. I think it's the other one. Let's see what's in here, regardless. We might have missed something, although I doubt it. No. No, this is pretty okay. Okay. I think it's the next one down. Riftweald Manor. Snowshot Manor. Okay. What the? Oh no, that's the place I'm supposed to break into. Where's Maven's place? That's Mull here, isn't it? Aaron, yeah, it is. Bolly. Okay, Maven, where are you? One of these. Blackbriar Manor, yeah, it is. Did you? Yeah, it did. It worked. Oh, lost internet. Yeah, it worked. It works perfectly. It's a modded spell. It works just like PC Resurrection. You know, the NPC can do the dialogue and everything like that. Not like the zombie ones, let's say, from the game. But I find with those, after a cell reset, the NPC disappears. Well, I had that happen to me once. With that one on an NPC. Now there might be some stuff up here we need. I forget what's here, but I know there's something interesting in this spot. Let's see what it was. Something interesting here. they're not in here. No. That's kind of strange. I thought there was something here. Might be in here. There it is. Let's see what else is here. Oh, that's the guy, Christoph. You remember that guy from Oblivion? He was the thief girl there, wasn't he? The last letter seems suspicious. Correct your mistake is correct. Take amends, understanding about it, bear in mind when should you wish to speak to me. Letter from someone. No, that's it. That was the only thing we needed to get here. Was that statue? Okay. Let's get out of here. Maven must be in the bar. Yeah, she must be in the bar. Yeah, it's the Bella statue. There's only about 4 or 5 in the game. I like to collect the rare stuff. I don't think any of them respawn. Four or 5 in the entire game, I think.
Hail, summoner. Conjure me up a
Very seldom I pick up junk. But I consider that to be pretty unique. I used to put them in my hardware homes one time, but they're not static. They'll just move all over the place. We're looking for Maven.
How do you do things? I have them all.
So, if she's not walking
If you're
around
looking for a
here,
handout, you'll want to speak with my husband. If you're
she's
looking for company,
probably in her
I
office
suppose
in
I could do
here.
worse.
She's gotta be.
Got the coin?
Yeah, you remember these Bella statues?
Place full of the sea.
I'll actually launder that in a second, sell it and buy it back. Where is she? No, she's not here either. Now that's bad. That's bad. Where is Maven? Her smiles upon you. Oh my. And that's a quest as well we haven't gotten around to yet. I see Aaron is by himself these days. Ah, there's Maven.
What in the name of Oblivion do you want?
Now,
Out of my...
we can do this 2 ways. We can pay, or we can find the feather thing she's looking for. I'd like to find the feather. So what's the agenda for tonight? Did you ever do the vampire? Not yet, MJ. What I usually do is, I'm a werewolf now, so what I do is I refuse the vampires, but you still do the vampire quest, but just not as a vampire. I've always liked the werewolf thing. And you're going against the Dawn Guard. I've always preferred the Dawn Guard. But you still get some decent quests. Now, the strange thing is, even if you go, let's say with a vampire thing, and do all that thing, let's say, and make it nighttime all the time for the vampires in Skyrim, you'll still get randomly attacked by vampires. And there's absolutely no benefit to doing that quest whatsoever. Yeah, I always go with the werewolves. But yeah, I'm gonna eventually. I'll be doing that. Hopefully, pretty soon. You know, doing that Serena one. Usually, when I get to the stage where we go for the scrolls, you know, and then you're forced into doing that quest line.
I don't have time for idle chat. What is
Yeah.
it? Hmm?
Now I can pay or
Oh.
find that thing.
Why would you want to
Or
help
try
with
and
that?
find it.
He owes me a steep debt. A few years back, I commissioned a unique...
Yeah, he lost something. That's the one. So basically, he sank the boat and lost it.
The wizards called it the Quill of Gemination and demanded a tremendous
the one.
amount of gold to have it made. If you can locate the
So yeah,
quill
just
first,
keep hammering away at
and
these
Vold is too
quests,
stupid
MJ.
to do himself, I'll consider the debt satisfied.
I wonder if I can remember where this quill is.
The quill was... I'm sure you can understand how useful that would... Fortunate. So if you're getting any ideas about selling it to someone else...
Now, we should have an option in this. Ah. Yeah, it's basically in the lake. So, I didn't get an option to pay.
Keeping it.
Strange. Looks like we'll have to find it one way or another. That's okay if I can remember where it is. Yeah, let's see if I can remember where it is.
Trouble?
Now, I think it's over around there somewhere. Oh, it's been a long time. Now, the problem with this is, you know, stirring up the wildlife here. See that? It's in a pretty deep area. Something like this, it might be here. But it's very, very hard to see. And then there's a... here it is. I can't believe I found it already. Ah, come on! There it is. That was pretty easy. Yeah, well, that's where it is. I can't remember. I remember. I can't believe I remember that. There it is. We got it. And there it is, guys, if you're looking for it. Just use... I'd say that little island there. And it's just right over from the docks. Oh, hi, Tigger. Hi, and thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Kind of you, Tigger. How have you been? How have you been keeping? Yeah, we're doing the Thieves Guild. You remember that thing where you can pick up that quill from Maven? So you don't have to kill that guy outside? Yeah, we just got it. Now, apparently we've got some enemies here, have we? We're okay. We're not too bad. There's a farm right over here, to be honest. I would feel a lot better if we cleared the enemies from here. This guy has a nasty habit of dying here. That's if he's not dead already. No, he's not dead. Draven. There's a bow, you remember that, Tigger, in the rat ways? You remember I did this quest the last time and he was dead? There's a bear here and that kills him. Oh, nice. Nice, you're hanging out with your mum. Cool. So what we gotta do is make sure we clear the area. before we leave. And draw any of the uglies out. There he is. There he is. Now, that must have been the guy who killed him before. There's usually 2 points. There's probably a spider around here as well. Remember, we brought him back with a resurrection and managed to finish the quest. Then we fixed up his clothes, remember with that spell I had, that enchantment. Then we checked on him about 20 hours later, he was missing. Then we went to the Hall of the Dead and found him there. And that's when we kind of came to the conclusion that even with a resurrection spell, after a cell reset, you know, is dead meat. I didn't bother doing that one on this playthrough, but I will be doing it on the next one. So the next playthrough is going to take a bit of time. I can do the fixing up, let's say, when I'm not streaming. And I can get it out slowly. But I'll have to use the restoration potion glitch for that. It's the only way. Nice. Okay, I think that's it. There's still a quest for him. It's the bow in the Ratway. If I remembered him, I would have actually gotten the bow from him. It's quite easy to find. Now, we'll have to take out this spawn spot here as well. And then we can go in. It's usually just over here. Ah, it's okay, it's only a fox this time. Yeah, we can live with a fox. Usually it's a troll or a bear. That's it. Right, let's go. Once we pay off the net, we should be okay with, what's his face here? Okay, where's Maven? Oh, she's out and about.
Jewelry with legendary Argonian craftsmanship.
There she is.
I presume you're bothering me. Really? I wrote that off a long time
Yes.
ago.
Yeah,
Well,
when you've got
I
it back.
suppose I need to fulfill my end of the bargain. Give this document to Vold. It frees him from the debt, but I never want to see him in Riften again.
There you go. End the story. Now, we'll save before we get close. This guy is a bit glitchy, to be honest. He attacks pretty quickly. And then this should be very straightforward. One last main quest after this. We're pretty much done. So, don't get too close to the gate. So, save here.
This is Mercer Frey's place, and he don't like visitors. Now, I don't know how you talked Maven into letting me go, and I don't care.
And that's that.
You did something for me, I'm gonna do something for you. Here, take the key to Mercer's house. Won't need it anymore.
And that's it. Now, we'll let this guy go in case he freaks out. That's it. There we go. Oh, we still need to use that. Oh, okay. Oh, I think we just shoot that, isn't it? There we go. I don't know, did we kill anyone inside? I don't think so. Yeah. I think they're all gone, aren't they? There we go. Now there's a few things to collect in here, I think. So we will need some candlelight, obviously. And let's see what we've got in here. Well, we don't want any junk, so...
Once was a woman as fair as an evening.
Oh! Oh, there is a few guys we'll have to kill. But these guys... I'm not too bothered, they're just some kind of bandits, are they? Yeah, bandits. I have no problem with the bandits. So let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, Amulet of Kings. Oh, we're pretty much clear on this one. I think there might be a few things to pick on this as well, isn't there?
Never enough gold. Just need one good haul.
Yeah, one there was one there just right behind you. Now, I still need the destruction done, unfortunately.
Someone there?
I still never experimented with the new destruction spell sticker. Yeah, let's say since the anniversary upgrade and doing this on Legendary, it's almost impossible to raise destruction with this spell. It was always pretty slow, but this is ridiculous.
Anybody there? Thought I heard something.
Bad time to get lost, friend.
But lucky our sword is working. Oh, I just took a pickaxe. Where? Oh, I think we're okay. Oh, there's another guy here. Apparently. There's a ton of that junk around. It doesn't really suit the game, to be honest. Those backpacks. No, not with these guys. They're just bandits. Now, if these guys had names, you know, it would be a different story. Yeah, I could have easily snuck through. But I'm desperate to get up destruction. And monsters, just ordinary bandits. Yeah, I have no worries about killing them. Ah, there's the statue. Yeah, I don't mind killing the bandits. Gives me something to do. I used to remember where everything was. I'm just kind of cloudy now. Yeah, none of those open, unfortunately. Right, there's a secret passage here, isn't there? Somewhere. It's down here in the attic, I think. Yeah, you can hear the breeze here. Now let's see if I can remember how to open this. forget, to be honest. It's usually a button, isn't it? Ah, I don't really remember how to do this. Where is this? I know there's a secret passage here. I forget how to activate it. Where are you? I'm really sure it's down here. It's been so long since I've done this. It leads us up to that unique sword. Oh, it's upstairs. Yeah, in the closet, isn't it? Yeah, it's upstairs in a closet or something. Yeah, in one of these closets. No. Ah, there it is. Yeah. In a closet. In a closet. Yeah. It kinda coming back to me, you know? The old closet trick. Yeah, the old closet trick. Now there's a few unique things here and some plans and stuff. Oh. Okay. Well, my timing is still on anyway. That's something. Yeah, Mercer. That's the guy. We've just one major quest to do on this where we take him out. But here it is, that unique sword. There it is. Oh, cool. We got ourselves a unique sword. Children. Yeah, we're taking that one. And the lusty argate made. Many thanks. Well, not certain how you managed to get your hands on that item we discussed. Yeah, you remember this one? It's part of the Thieves Guild. I think it's the second and last quest to go. And let's say the last one. I remember the first time I played this. I didn't have the water breathing thing on my helmet like I always do. And that was kind of hard to... It's hard to find your way out. I was using a spell in the dark. It's pretty awkward to do. But there's only two decent enchantments you can put on your helmet anyway. And that's archery and water breathing. So, you know. But I'm more than pleased. I thought you'd simply wait until it was being transported from Castle Dower to its final destination, but according to what I've heard, it vanished right from their armory. I wish I knew how you were able to slip by the guards, bypass the portcullis, unlock the armory door, and break into that dwarfen puzzle locked chest. You need to teach me that trick sometime. I've left you caught in the usual drop spot, and might have another job for you soon. So we'll take that. And that. And that's a skill book. Now that we've got quite a few times. And I know every single one of those books. You remember that playthrough we did, Tigger, where I collected all the books? I've done that quite a few times. Oh, cool. Well, best to take the ball than these, and then actually drop the ball because that would take forever. There. Okay. We're done. Oh, we want that gourd. We're good hunting. That's that. We're pretty much done. Oh, hi, Uncle. Oh, I'm doing fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well also. So, what have you been doing with yourself, Uncle? Yep, that's it. Oh, I can take this. Oh, silly me. Yeah, I actually didn't think I could take that. I almost missed that one. And the left eye of the farmer as well. We hand that in, don't we? And we just basically just... Oh, this goes to the rat way. Now, here we can actually pick up that bowl for that guy we just passed outside. And get his quest done as well. Yeah, we might as well get his quest done as well. And there's a quest down here with the blades eventually as well. But we just need to get the bow on the way up. The bow. Well, the bow is actually a good way down here, isn't it? Can anyone remember where the bow is? Oh, I don't mind killing the bandits. It's just the name, guys. I have a problem with. Ah, a ton of skeevers. Let's just have a look here. I can't really remember where that chest is. But getting rid of the bandits might not be a bad idea. Vagrant. No, we'll leave her be. They're unique enough. Okay. I'll leave that for a while, I think. We'll just make our way out. I actually forget what's down here, to be honest. I've been playing a game, it's called Divinity. Heard of it, yeah, never got to play it. The Dragon Knight Saga. If you ever get a chance, you should check it out. You might enjoy the game. Yeah, I've heard of it. I played something called Divinity a long time ago. I think it was the very first one. And it was like kind of pretty Eastern, you know. It was like a strategy game. But it was really old school. You know, you could look down on the character. But yeah, the more modern ones, I think it was called something similar to that one. But I'm talking way back. I'm talking, you know, let's say back in the 90s. In probably the early 90s. But yeah, I've heard of it. Never really got a chance to check it out, Uncle. Oh, here it is. It's actually here. This is where I get the bow. And it's right here. That's funny. Oh, that's very funny. Let's go back to Draven. Because, there might be something off there. We'll sort Draven out first. Ah, stop it.
What was that?
Silly.
Ha! Found you.
Yeah, I can kill this skeever if you want to.
Guess it's all clear.
I'm out of here. Now, we should be able to get out this way, I think, is it? Yeah. There was an easier way to get here. It was just, I don't remember half of my way around here, to be honest. This way, I think, and we go straight out. That's it. We missed that turn off down there. This is where you do the Blades quest. Oh my God! How do we get out here through this way? I think.
Bucket, knife, book, ink pot, stone. No, no, no.
I haven't a clue how to get out of this place. You've got to be kidding me. It's probably this way. Let's see. Here it is. Okay, we got it. Okay, how do we get out of here, guys? Okay, we need to get up here. Ah! You know what? Being able to fly in this game would have been good. Gotta be better than this. Ah, here we go. We have to backtrack, I'm afraid. Yeah, we have to backtrack. Yeah, here we go. Guys, I am walking around in circles here. We need to be moving upwards. Oh, for goodness sake. Here, this is the way. This has got to be the way. Here it is. We're out. About time. We picked up the bow. I didn't get a prompt for the quest. We might have to visit him before we carry on with this. Honestly, the one I'm playing is really fun. Ah, I'm surprised I didn't even blow up cause, in my opinion. Oh, really? Nice. So it's kind of more your type of a game. I'm nearly sure I played the early one. But when I say early, I mean really early. It was, you know, a real old school thing. You know, like where you could see your character from above. Now, okay. Right, we'll see if we can get, yeah, just keep going up, I got it. We'll see if I can get out and get rid of that bow before I start talking to anyone here. I don't want to get stuck with that in my inventory. I think maybe I should have talking to him about his bow. But we can sort that one. It's just where we killed the bear a moment ago. And then easily get back to this. Just taking me a while to get used to this again. And I think there's a dog, so there. Merryfair Farm, I think it's there. Now I got the bow early, so there he is.
Who in the name of... Are you kidding me? We're all alone out here except for a few guards who couldn't
And we
give a
get him
damn
his
about
bow
us.
back.
We make
I think he
easy
gives us some
pickings with
gems,
these,
doesn't
looking
he?
to steal everything we worked so hard for.
I know what you mean. I've been looking
Not only
into
did
the
they take
game
my
series,
bow,
and
they took
honestly,
all of our
I want to
coin
go
as
back
well. Nothing sacred
to the old ones to yeah, yeah. If you're doing a game, let's say, it's best to start from the beginning. Like even The Witcher, you know.
A few days ago, some thieves from Riften broke in here and stole it. Can you imagine? Took the only thing of value we had. If you have the guts to head into the Ratway and get my bow back, I'll pay you what I can. That's
No
it.
need is right
That's
here.
My bow. I don't know how you got it back, and I don't want
One
it.
of the quests I actually got
Frankly,
right.
I don't even care. I'm just so glad to see it again. Here, this is all I can afford to give you as compensation. Hope it's enough. Dragons, thieves, and war. I should
That's
have
it.
stayed in Morrowind.
I don't actually see it on him. There you go. Now, I think we're okay. We'll just give it a quick look for enemies. Oh, we just killed a guy here just a few minutes ago. I think we're safe. Ah, that's a random spawn point as well there. You want to be careful. Yeah, I think we're good. Right, we can get back to our quest. Yeah, it's best to get older games. Like, even if you're playing Assassin's Creed, you know, just work up through them. Except the Chronicles. Oh my god. Those were brutal. We used to churn one of those out every month. It was like something from an arcade. Very, very low budget. Now, and we'll get that grey fox thing in as well. And then that one, speak to burn off. Okay. Right back to... we just go straight into Riften. Okay, we have a bit of selling to do as well, don't we? As far as I know. Oh, we see what we can dump over.
Divine. Oh, thank you. Gems, potions, exotic ingredients.
So, let's get rid of our junk.
You've been a good... The finest weapons and armor.
See, they're not stolen anymore for some reason. There we go, guys. Got rid of all of our junk. So, we go back into the Ratway, we'll give the bus to Devlin, and then we'll carry on with this quest. There. Right, okay. We're getting here on this. There's still some items missing from that display. Well, we'll get around to them eventually. Don't remember offhand where they are. Now we'll go straight out and give that statue. And then we'll get straight back. Just get it out of our inventory.
Can't talk long. Gotta keep my eyes open for Mercer. Well, well. I was looking for this little beauty. If you happen across any other unusual trinkets like this, be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort. Must have come from Mercer.
Give me for that.
He'd admired the grey fox for some time. Sure, I'll buy it from you. Here you are.
God, this guy is obsessed with 800, isn't he?
This is getting dangerous. Don't let anything get a jump on you.
Alright. I think it should have increased with every piece, maybe doubled up, but not to be. Yep, there it is. Yeah, we're getting there with our pieces, but there's still quite a few missing.
We've scoured the town and I've spoken to every contact we have. Shore's beard. He's going after
Wasn't there, but I found his plans.
That was Gallus's pet project. If he gets his hands on them, you can be certain he'll be gone for good and set up for
This
life.
is Dwemer Runes, isn't it, this one?
Agreed. He's taken everything the guild has left, and to go
Oh,
after
that's
one of
right,
the
we
last
go through a
greatest
ton of
heists is
armor.
just an insult.
But it's not too
Spoken
bad,
to
these
her
guys
lawyer,
are actually
made
essential,
how
so...
the guilds treated her. Now she wishes to speak with both of us. Quickly, we have no time to lose. Until next we meet, lad.
That's it. Started. Trinity oh, this is the silly Nightingale thingy, isn't it? Yeah. So, listen to Kalaya. Oh, we still have to eventually do the adoption, so let's save this here.
Brynjolf,
There we go.
the time has come to decide Mercer's fate. Until a new guildmaster is chosen, the decision falls to you.
Aye, lass. And I've come to a decision. Mercer Frey tried to kill both of you. He betrayed the guild, murdered Gallus, and made us question our future.
Yep.
He needs to die.
We have to be
Nice.
very careful, Brynjolf. Mercer is a Nightingale, an agent of Nocturnal.
And it's all true.
Mm.
Everything I heard in the stories. The Nightingales, their allegiance to Nocturnal, and the Twilight Sepulchre.
Yes. That's why we need to prepare ourselves and meet Mercer on equal footing. Just outside.
So we go there. It's just
Beyond the
it is
southeast
just
there's a
outside
small
Rift.
path cut up the
There's
mountainside. At the end of that path is
a
a
mage
and an old stag
on the stone just above. We'll probably have to take him out. 2 or 3 spawn spots as well.
I have some preparations of my own.
So we'll go out there and we'll clean it out. How do I get out of here? We still have to find runes documents as well. I have a rough idea where they are on a ship. So we'll kill this guy pretty quickly.
Never should have.
Yeah, you got a problem? That's what I hate about these guys. Oh, come on. No, we're not finished here. We're pretty close to these places. And there's an absolute ton of spawn spots here. And if we want these NPCs to make it, we just have to give it a quick check over. Probably a bear up here. Who's this guy? Oh, that's the guy that died on me before, isn't it? Let's talk to him.
Honest pay for honest work. Did you see the fight? If you're looking to purchase goods, I have none to sell. You should head into Riften instead.
Okay, I think we can
My
deal with
husband,
this
I'm
NPC, can we?
original. This was the... I like the... Yes? Need some?
Okay, I think we just sell potatoes to this guy, do we?
Pretty quiet. Honest pay
Yeah.
for honest work.
There we go. It's not much of a quest, is it? But it helps towards that 10 thing if you're going for it. Alright, let's see, is there should be a guy around here, a bear. Probably need to take him out before we go any further in this. That's providing he's actually spawned here. If not, there'll be a spider or something. Yeah, there he is. He would have been pretty okay, I think. Not much of a problem. I think we're pretty safe. I'll just cut around the back and we should be okay. It's actually easier to use the restoration potion glitch and fix these guys up. This is the random encounter. The liar.
Skyrim was what? Snow falls. Why worry where it goes?
We're not too bad. There'll be no spiders then. That's it. We're pretty okay. Right. Let's go to the Nightingale place. And here we go.
I'm glad you're here.
What's the significance of this place?
This is the headquarters of the Nightingales, cut into the mountainside by the first of our kind.
There's a book in here,
We've
I
come
think.
to seek the edge we need to defeat Mercer Frey. If you'll follow me, I'll try to explain on the way.
Sure.
Gallus, the Trinity disbanded 20
I
indirectly.
like to just
The
spam this out of the way.
Temple of... She's the mistress of night. Nocturne. She influences our luck. You're close. The only whether you know it or not. Again, like a novice picking... It's through these subtle...
She goes on forever.
The return certainly seems worth... It's my hope that you will, yes. He's just ahead. Please, keep following.
Okay, right. I will follow. That's it. Okay. Now.
So this is Nightingale Hall. I heard about this place when I joined.
Alright.
But I never believed it.
While they're talking there, we'll have a quick look around. Now let's see if I can remember where everything is here. But I don't know, who knows, the Creation Club might have dropped something here as well. There used to be a book here.
Why pick me? I'm just as puzzled as you, lad.
That's strange. Okay, maybe it's inside. Okay, we need some light. Oh. I thought there was a book there. That's where we do our little quest and activate the armor stone. I'll do that in one moment. Let's have a look. It is a rough looking spot, isn't it? Ah, it's a big one as well, isn't it? Ah, there's the book. It's the same one we got on the last quest. Right, let me see. Okay, we haven't been down here. Okay. I'll get the armor stone in 1 minute, guys. Yeah. I'm pretty hesitant. That's it. Okay, let's get our armor. Equip the Nightingale armor. Now, I forget which one of these. I like to pick the stealth one.
You appear ready
Okay,
for
lass.
the oath.
We've got these get-ups on. Now what?
Beyond this gate is the first step in becoming a Nightingale.
It's one of these three. I forget which one it is.
I appreciate the armor, but becoming a Nightingale? That was never discussed.
To hold any hope of defeating Mercer, we must have Nocturnal at our backs. If she's to accept you as one of her own, an arrangement must be struck.
What sort of arrangement? I need to know the terms.
The terms are quite simple, Brynjolf. Nocturnal will allow you to become a Nightingale and use your abilities for whatever you wish. And in return, both in life and in death, you must
Ah, yes, the Faustian deal.
There's always a
Now,
but at this point,
yeah, there is.
much to lose. If it means the end of Mercer Frey, you can count me in.
No, I'll just grab some more
What
soda.
about you? Are you ready to transact the
There.
oath with Nocturnal?
Well, I kind of have no choice if I want to progress in the quest.
Good. After I open the gate, please stand on the circle.
Right, we'll leave them off. I'll grab some soda. Now, I forget which one is best. I can change them at any time, but you know, there's no point in coming back here again. Oh yeah, well, we gotta do this anyway, don't we? This is my spot. And then we gotta pick.
I call upon you, Lady Nocturnal, Queen
There we
of
go.
Mirth, and Empress of Shadow. Hear my voice.
Ah, Carlisle.
Come on.
I was wondering when I'd hear from you again. Lose something, did we?
My lady, I've come before you to throw myself upon your mercy.
Oh,
and to
really?
accept responsibility for my failure.
You're already mine, Carlisle. Your terms were struck long ago. What could you possibly offer me now?
2 fresh victims.
2 others that wish to transact the oath. To serve you both in life and in death.
You surprise me, Carlisle. This offer is definitely weighted in my favor.
My appetite for Mercer's demise exceeds my craving for wealth, Your Grace.
Revenge. How interesting. Very well. The conditions are acceptable. You may proceed.
Lady Nocturnal, we accept your
Right.
terms.
We pick our power, then we're on our way to the last quest in this, and we're finished the Thieves Guild.
We'll honor our agreement in this life and the next.
So 2 quest lines, Companions and Thieves Guild.
Very well.
Thieves
I
Guild.
name your initiates Nightingale, and I restore your status to the same, Carlisle. And in the future, I'd suggest you refrain from disappointing me again.
That's it. Okay, we gotta talk, and then we're going to pick up my little boon.
Now that you've transacted the oath, it's time to reveal the final piece of the puzzle to you. Mercer's true crime. Mercer was able to unlock the guild's vault without 2 keys because of what he stole from
Oh,
the
yeah.
sepulchre.
We can actually get back to key, but it doesn't matter. If you're going for the Oblivion Walker achievement, you know, you just had to possess it at one time, it doesn't matter. Lots of people hold on to this. No point really, just get your lock picking skill up to unbreakable locks, it's basically the same thing. But let's say early on, it's not bad. But I like to start and finish a quest line, so...
Well, yes. But the key isn't only restricted to physical barriers. All of us possess untapped abilities, the potential to wield great power securely sealed within our minds.
Just
Once
works
you
like an
realize
unbreakable
that you
lockpick.
possess these traits, the potential becomes limitless.
I think the one in Oblivion we could carry.
Good. Then you understand why this is about more than just Mercer's lust for power. If the key isn't returned to its lock in the Twilight Sepulchre, things will never be the same for the Guild. As time passed, our luck would diminish to the point of non-existence, and whether you know it or not, our uncanny luck defines our trade.
First time I've ever set out to return something.
In our line of work, it's quite rare we set out to return a stolen item to its rightful owner. Before
Let's go.
Brynjolf has some business to discuss. I suggest you listen to him.
Listen, lad. There's one last piece of business we need to settle.
Oh yeah,
before
I've
we
got to
go.
take over the guild,
Listen,
isn't it?
lad. There's one last
I'm
piece
so
of
sleepy,
business
going
we
to
need
kick
settle
back
before
and
we
lurk
go
until I
on
fall
Mercer.
asleep. No problem,
Leadership
Lady
of the
Grey.
guild.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good rest and a good sleep, and have a great day tomorrow. And thanks for hanging on and lurking. I appreciate it. Good night, Lady Grey. Stay safe. Bye.
Carlia and I had a long discussion before you arrived here. Thanks to your efforts, Mercer's treachery has been exposed. After we deal with him, all that remains is restoring the guild to its full strength.
There's so many
As a
quests in
result,
this game, isn't there?
we both feel that you have the
Especially with the
potential of
Creation Club.
replacing Mercer as
That's
leader of
really
the
kind of added a lot of time to this.
I've been at this game a long time, my friend. A long time. I've stolen trinkets from nobles.
And good night to you
traded
also,
beasts for
Lady Grey.
plunder. I'm
Take
good
care.
at what I do. Maybe even one of the best. But it's all I know. I've never been one to lead. Never desired it, never cared for it. Don't want it.
I don't know what to say. It's about time you ask.
Well, we have a bit of an errand to run before your coronation.
It's
Don't
about
get
time
set
you've
on that
asked.
one.
Oh my.
Then
I
it's
accept.
decided. When this is all over and Delvin's contacts assure me that we've regained our footing in Skyrim, we'll handle the details.
Now we get the silly thing to restore this Thieves Guild. If you do it properly, you can get it out in about 12 quests.
I've been
Then
poring
let's
over
get
the
to it.
plans you brought us, and I'm convinced the eyes of the Falmer are in the Dwarven ruins at Erkenthand. Carlia and I will meet you there. Prepare yourself, lad. This will be a fight to remember. Aye. Mercer may... Old Delvin kept calling it a... If you would have asked... Look. Besides, I'd rather die with some of Mercer's blood on my blade than spend the
Let's
rest of
talk
my
to
life
her.
regretting that I ran the other way.
Hmm? With the skeleton key missing from the Twilight Sepulchre, I'm afraid Mercer's seen to it that none of us can benefit from Nocturnal's gifts. You merely transacted the oath, signed the unwritten contract with Nocturnal. In order for us to receive our ability, if Nocturnal... I have no doubt that we still hold... Yes. Now that you're a Nightingale, you may consider this your home. You'll find that this place offers many things that will help you in your endeavors.
Yeah.
As well as a wealth of
Cinema,
information for you to learn.
nightclub,
Once the
restaurant.
skeleton key
It's
has
got
been
it all
restored by
here.
Twilight Sepulchre, I'll make this place my home as well.
Oh my. Now, we actually have to pick a power. It doesn't say it here, but... Or is it after we do it? I think it's after, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's after. She did say until we return the key. I think we pick one after on the quest. Right, blindsided. So we got everything here. We go straight back to Lakeview. We'll dump off this junk we have. And then we can go to... What's its face? Erkenat. Oh. I remember this. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to kill that idiot on the way in. Okay, we're getting out of here. Yeah, I think we picked that power after the main quest. There. Just make sure there's no enemies out here before we leave. And then we're good to go. And you too also, lady. I wonder did anyone else get this. I streamed from Xbox and I got an update today. Now usually I would have, let's say on the bottom I would have this kind of streaming bar in blue. And it would have viewers and the time I would stream. Now that's missing. It's just a red recording dot, the microphone, and that's it. That's horrible. It was handy. I think we're okay. These guys have gone to bed. Nice, okay. Let's dump our junk off. We gotta get back to Lakeview Manor. Now there's two sets of, we've got Whiterun guards and Macra. I'll get the other ones eventually, if we're making up a kind of a whole guard set, so we'll leave these in here and I'll just put in these random weapons here for a moment. And eventually get around to
good friend to me. That means something.
Ah. Oh, why not? Right, we have some stuff to sell, obviously. I just like to dump everything here for a while till I get around to fixing it. Well, that... they're too important to leave here. Now, it should work. Oh, a giant. Hello. Oh, look where he is. Oh, he got me before I... Oh, I'm wearing that stupid armor, that's why. Ah, we gotta dump that armor as well. It's okay. There's some weapons and armor we've gotta hide. Don't ask me where I have everything in here, there's way too much. I never got around to placing them. You know, around, where did I put this stuff? That's empty for some reason. I've got a ton of stuff that I have to
You stay out
organize.
of trouble now. The Castle Dower dungeon can break even the strongest will.
There. There. Okay. Now we'll go selling. And we should be okay from there. I still didn't bring in the horses and chickens. Oh, look at this. Ugh. I'll have to do that sometime. Now, we'll sell this.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
That's it. We're done. Right. Let's go do this quest. Now, blindsided. This is the very last one. And we go here. We try and start using some of that destruction. Although it is nasty. Oh, we gotta get in here. I remember this one. This is where we can really start to use this. Okay. Well, he didn't last that long. She's a lot stronger. But not to the sword. Okay. Chest down here we eventually get. Where is it here?
Finish this! Prepare to die! Fucking hit!
So I think we can work our way up this way, isn't it? Yeah, pretty much. And then we open that thing from the inside here. Oh, hi Igma. Hi. How are you? How have you been keeping, Igma? And what have you been up to? We're doing the very last quest on the Thieves Guild. And we're always struggling with destruction.
Two threes? What was he thinking? Fool never saw me. What was that?
What was that? Come get some. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. Ooh. We'll probably have to sell this junk before we go inside. Well, there's quite a few here. Oh, the werewolf thing, guys. Well, I forgot to use the werewolf thing. We need to eat the bodies to get that. I think, oh, yeah, it's been going here. And a few people that have been on the past few days have had it. I managed to miss it here. My kid got it. And I think his entire school is down with it. Yeah, pretty much the same here. Yeah. No, I got lucky. I haven't had a stomach bug in the longest time. About 2 years ago. Treated so far. Ooh. The school system is actually rife with that infection. Well, here at least. You know, every time my kid, let's say after holidays when he goes back, I usually get everything that's going. Well, you know, a bunch of kids in a class. You know what's going to happen. But I hope you recover soon, Igma, and get better soon. But it usually just lasts a couple of days. Yeah. It's very uncomfortable. Cabbage. Okay, let's work out these ones and we'll just take what we can. I used to love collecting everything in this game, but
Tell you what,
you know, once you have so much money,
stab you in the back.
Not much point, really. But we'll kill everyone here and open the gate. And let's see. We'll connect this guy as well. Oh,
Can't wait to
cheap.
count out your coin.
Now, where's the other guy? There you are.
Time to die, hero.
That's it. That's everyone outside, I think, guys. We got everything we're taking. So, we'll check the few chests that's left. And we'll sell this stuff before we go in. Because bringing this stuff in will be a disaster. We're probably dropping a ton of it as we go as well. My little brother is still in school. Ah, he has it, yeah. And I was hanging around with him, of course, yeah. Last few days, because I'm going back to the city in 2 days. And that's how it always goes. You know, if there's anyone from your family still going to school or college, you know, if they congregate, let's say, with large crowds, it's always going to be. Oh, hi, Rebel. Hi, how are you? Just so I am responding correctly, what you said about public schools. Can you repeat it, please? I was saying that, let's say, once they're on a holiday, Rebel, you know, because the kids are all in a class together. If one kid has a stomach bug or something, all the kids get it, and then, you know, the adults eventually get it as well. It's, here at least, it's always been a place, let's say, that you know, keeps the thing going. Well, the same can be said of any place, you know, hotels and bars and that. But usually you get one kid who gets infected in school, and he'll bring it home, and then, you know, it kind of has a ripple effect from that. We were talking about the stomach bug. I was saying, let's say, when my kid is almost finished, once he's on his holidays, once he goes back, you know, whatever is there, he'll pick it up, and I'll eventually get it as well. Not so much, let's say, in the summer, you know, when he's on his holidays. I don't tend to kind of congregate in large crowds. But the same can be said for any situation, let's say. Even the workplace. But here, especially schools, you know. So this is how we're going in, and so we collect everything before we sell this junk. Ah, I knew there was something else there. Ooh. Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah, well, I'll just have to fast travel quickly from here. We've got a ton of junk. We could probably sell these in the military camps. When me and my friends during our kid raising years talked about that. Oh, really? We'd always agreed that our kids were our natural. I mean, totally, yeah. It's not the out and out worst thing, let's say. But if you're quite ill, you know, you'll have to take precautions. Not so bad in the usual colds and flus and that. But it's something that, yeah, we have to do. Our kids need to go to school, you know. The online thing just doesn't cut it, to be honest. So yeah, but it's always been the way, you know. It's let's say unfair to pick schools up, because the same thing can happen, let's say, in your workplace or other places. But kids, let's say, tend not to take precautions, and you can't blame them. They're just kids, you know what I mean? So it's much more likely for kids at school, let's say, to pick something up than let's say somebody at their workplace. But you know, it still can happen. But yeah, I usually catch everything, colds and flus. Although, I haven't got that sore throat thing in quite some time, thank goodness. That's the only one I dread. Stomach bugs you'll get over quickly enough. I don't work anymore, I'm retired, so it's not much of a problem. If I was working, yeah, it would be. Colds and flus, you get over it. Being a smoker makes it a little harder, but still. It's the sore throat thing that really kills me. It's horrible. You think you're over it, and then about kind of 48 hours later you get a relapse and it comes back with a vengeance. Oh, it's the worst. Now let's sell the rest of this junk. Might as well go back to the guy with all the cash. Here. That would be best. Only in the last 5 years we've become too... Yeah, we have. Yeah, of germs. I'm cautious, yeah. Same here, not overcautious. Yeah, I know the inevitability of catching a cold and flu, and I don't mind that, I like being exposed to stuff. The immune system gets stronger. Well, I don't mind being exposed to it, but given a chance, like let's say if I walked into a room and with 3 people and all 3 have the flu, I would try to avoid that situation. Not so much that I'm afraid of the germs, but of the inconvenience of it, I don't want to pass it on to other people, who might be going to work, and it might, cost them a few days' work or some misery, really, that I could avoid, in that sense. Yeah, I know the inevitability of it. And I don't mind it when I get it. It's part of living, it's part of life. And yes, it does, yeah. Like, isn't, yeah. The right word. You don't mind, yeah. But given the opportunity, if you knew the situation, for the sheer inconvenience of it, you'd avoid. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. But yeah, it does. Of course it does. It makes your immune system stronger. Now, let's say if you were old and sick, not so much. Let's say you're 90. It's best to try and avoid that, and stay on the planet as long as possible. Even let's say a nasty flu can, once you're weak. No problem. No problem. But now, actually, yeah, people are fearful. These new bugs and stuff coming out. We don't know where we stand. But the way I look at it, when these new bugs come out, I suppose, and history will probably show you this, it's inevitable that it will eventually overrun us. All of the vaccines we found for, let's say, polio, all of that stuff, it did overrun us, and then we eventually, found a way, let's say, to keep it under control, or it's in some cases totally eradicate it, But all you can do is duck and dive it, I suppose, for a while. That's all you can do. But in the end, it does, let's say, for the short to medium term at least, it boils down to, natural immunity. These things used to kind of cull the population, back before we had, before we didn't have this much, let's say, technology and science and medicine. It would, take the plague, for instance. I think 1/3 of the population in Europe wiped them out. Actually, that was the start. Let's say at that time, the elite, whatever you want to call them, royalty, lords, all of that stuff, they were pretty much running the show, and they could pay people a pittance. It was basically serfdom. But let's say after the plague, the bubonic and pneumonic plague during the Middle Ages, let's say, wiped out 1/3, maybe even a bit more of the population. there was less workers, especially the qualified skilled guys. They could pretty much name their price because of their scarcity. And that kind of kicked off the, you know, the kind of freedom of work thing really back in the Middle Ages here in Europe. So it kind of had a benefit, I suppose. It's a strange way of looking at it, but you know, the right thing for the wrong reason, that kind of thing. No, I can't see this do that. But it's something we'll have to live with, isn't it? So, how have you been, Rebel? And what have you been doing today? Oh, I didn't have much today. I think I did a store run and I went for an appointment with my GP. I really don't like doing that. What can you do?
The sooner you find... Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
No. Oh, we still got a ton of money, so we should be able to get rid of all of this. But it's best we do this before we go in. There we go. We're done. We've got rid of all of our junk. I used to work in an old folks home. Ah. Yeah, my sister did that a lot in her nursing career as well. And the people in their 80s and early 100s, they even told me never be afraid of germs. They never shield away from them. I listened. Nice. I'm just feeling super drained a lot. Ah, me too for the last month. Yeah, that's strange. I've complained of it a few times and even, you know, I ended a few streams quite early because of it. I fall asleep easily and feel like sleeping for days. Other than that, I'm okay. No, it's not bad you're getting some sleep. With me, it's actually quite the opposite. I feel drained, yeah. Have you got that kind of weak limb feeling in your legs and arms, like you've been working all day? You know, that kind of spent feeling. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Yeah, but me too. I just might be getting old. Well, I have to accept it sometime, I suppose. Well, it's lucky I still got my good looks. They can never take that away from me, huh? Oh, yeah, we're doing the werewolf thing, aren't we? I totally forgot about this one. Oh, hi, Lone Wolf. Hi. How are you? How have you been keeping? And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. Oh, hi, C-Dub. Hi. How are you? How have you been? Hi, Abby. Hi, Abby Kira. Hi. So, what have you been up to, Wolf? Yeah, I like to do this one this way, let's say. I've just cleared this place out. We're on the last of the Thieves' Go quests. And I just want to get my powers up on this guy. I should have actually eaten these guys before I left. but we'll do a little KFC here before we move on. I think this is the best way just to do it, just you know, get it out this way really. Ah, werewolf perk available. Nice. So we still need four more. I rarely do the vampire thing, to be honest. There's much more benefit as a werewolf. I've got all the achievements out, so I usually tell the vampires where to go. So we'll just eat these guys and then we move on. This is the very last one. So usually I'm doing Fallout 4, but this past few weeks I've been alternating between Fallout 4 and Skyrim. You know, kind of day on, day off. I'm currently working on a large medical facility at County Crossing. Yeah, County Crossing is a decent spot. Pretty central spot, so we picked that one. And we'll just get rid of that one. And we're playing this one on Legendary difficulty on Xbox. I got an update today actually. I was just mentioning it, maybe one of you guys noticed it as well. Usually on Xbox, let's say when we're streaming, we get that blue banner bar which will show you viewers and the time you've been on. Well, that's missing now. And instead, I've just got a small box. You know, it's got a red recording dot and the microphone symbol, and that's it. It was literally the only benefit from, you know, streaming on Xbox, and as little as that was, they took it away. Yeah, I've always said that Xbox is the worst ever thing to stream from. That's it. Okay, there wasn't many people to eat. So let's get rid of that beast form before we go on. There we go. Right. Let's carry on with our quest. I've got 100 on basically everything except destruction. And on legendary, destruction is pretty hard to grind out. But I haven't checked the new spells. Maybe they will be a little bit more beneficial. Here we are. Now, what I want here is we need some light. Yeah, this is my first playthrough in the last, well, just over 2 years, so kind of getting used to this one again, figuring out, let's say, the Creation Club stuff and brushing up on the locations. Next time I come in, I intend to do a survival. Couldn't do it before, let's say. Well, you could with mods, but that took the fun out. You can do it with the Anniversary Edition, although I know it's still basically a mod, isn't it? But you know, now that's part of the Skyrim thing, it seems more legitimate. Ah. Well, had I known, I would have staying around to eat those guys. But most likely a lot of this stuff will be dropping. That's how it usually goes. You know what? It's best I wait here 24 hours and then come back and eat these guys. I wonder if those idiot thieves guild will attack me as a werewolf. I forget. There's quite a few bodies here. And the reason I'm searching so much, the Creation Club has planted a ton of new items and dungeons. Hi, Stephen. Oh, I'm doing fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well also, Stephen. How have you been? Ah, there's a ton of silly constructs here. There's dwarfen guys. I'm starting to get a feel for the locations again. And as usual, let's say after I've grinded my character up, even in Legendary, I feel I'm too overpowered. Oh, that's good to hear, Stephen. But we're really going through the quests now. We're going through them at a pretty quick pace. There's always been a lot of quests, Stephen, but the Creation Club stuff has added a lot of time to this. Yeah, it's added a ton of time. I totally don't need the money, but I just feel like this is not really done unless I start looting. Just an old habit I can't kick. We're going to get some farmer here, I'd say. We'll kill what's here. And then what I'll do is we'll do the werewolf thingy. Just finished a Creation Club quest based on the Mythic Dawn. Yeah, did it. Quite fun. Did you get the Conjure Daedric horse? That was the best thing about that quest. I know we get the horse from Arvark, or whatever his name is, from the Soul Cairn. You remember that? You collect the skull. But yeah, it was quite cool. Although, if you look at the markings on that Daedric horse, have a look at the markings. It's like a zebra. Or a zebra. Yeah. It's like a zebra. That's what it reminds me of. Now. It's almost useless. Destruction. But there's a cap on armor in this game, but luckily enough there's not a cap on weapons. There we go. Alright, let's see what we have. Now we'll meet up with the guys down here, I think. actually. Oh, I remember this stupid thing. Yeah. I forget how we get through it again. But I know there's a little spot down here. Hello. Oh. Yeah, there's a little room down here, isn't there? Oh, hi Jill. Hi, how are you? Just popping in to say hi before I sleep for the night. Yeah, thanks for stopping in and saying hi, Jill. I appreciate it. How have you been and how was your day, Jill? Sorry, been missing action. No problem. I know you're quite busy, Jill. I was like that when I was a kid as well. I'm up way past my bedtime. Oh, long. Now, let's see what's in here. We're on the very, very last quest in the Thieves Guild. And we'll open this up in a moment. And I totally forgot to eat those people being a werewolf. But that we shall rectify now in a moment. Before we take this last one in, I'd say. Ah, hello. And I still haven't tried, the other spells, Joe. See if I can get anything better than that. Oh, fine, thanks, Jill. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also. My internet took a dump. Pun intended. Nice. I've been missing action all over the place, so you're not alone. Oh, last sword. Now, so I don't want to go through there yet. What I want to do is I actually want to do that werewolf thing again and get those bodies out. So what I need to do is save it here. And I'll go back and I'll change. And we'll have a straight run and get it over with. I totally neglected that werewolf thing. And there's actually a good few bodies here, 6, 7 maybe. Yeah, enough to make it worth my while to chow down. Yeah. Skyrim's answer to KFC. I know not. I know not. Time is my favorite time of the day, so I miss it. Oh, I know not, but oh, I see. But it was the same for me, let's say, Joe. Let's say when I was working to find the time to game or even watch anybody gaming. And then you gotta make sure you've got enough sleep. The last thing you need is, you know, going into work kind of half asleep. You can do it for a while, but it will catch up with you. Now, let's see if we can do that little werewolf thingy. No, okay. Let's see, how long is it? 48 hours we've got to wait or something before we can do that again? So how was your day, Jill? Mine was kind of boring. Just a store run, but I did have to go for my checkup. Yeah, I think it was telling me that. He said I might have to wear one of those old geriatric compression socks. Oh, nice. That will make me a big hit. Yeah, I'll be the Don Juan of the retirement home. Yeah, slight swelling in my right foot. Ah, here it is. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I've always been a night person, you know, even when I was working. But I eventually learned, let's say, to kind of go with the time. Yeah. It all depends, like, you can get that way if, you know, when you're younger, if you do a lot of night work. Or let's say if you're younger, if you do a lot of partying. Okay. As we've eaten those guys. And I know there's more than 3 in here. Surely we can do that for just 3 people. Oh yeah, there's some more here. 1, 2, 3. We actually did it for 4. 5. Oh well. 5 is not bad. Daylight sucks all my energy. The vampires in me doesn't like that very much. I think mine too. And seeing as it was Bram Stoker, wasn't it, who made up that kind of Dracula thing, made the whole vampire thing, let's say, mainstream. Yeah, I think Bram Stoker was actually born in Dublin, as far as I know. But it would take a demented Irishman to make up such a story. There was legends, let's say, of vampires, and he's just kind of... He did a kind of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling on it. Got a lot of stories and kind of mixed them together and... Yep, came up with the Count Dracula thing. Bram Stoker. That's it, guys. Okay, we need to get rid of the werewolf. I think it's all down to habit as well. Let's say this late night thing. I think I got into the habit. I used to, obviously younger, I'd be going out a lot and, you know, used to do a lot of night shifts as well, so. Now, this place absolutely goes on forever. But I don't think we'll be doing that werewolf thing in here anymore. I think the Thieves Guild guys will pretty much turn on me. I think, I'm not sure. Okay, it won't let me up that way. Fair enough. So, we're all ready to embark on this journey. Oh, we've got to use the lift. I see. let's go. Okay, I'm gonna try and get some sleep and head into lurk mode. No problem, Jill. Yeah, have a good rest and a great sleep and a great day tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi, appreciate it. And thanks again for lurking. Have a good one, Jill. Bye. I love talking. Walk around my neighborhood after midnight. Sorry. I love taking a walk around my neighborhood after midnight. They're all asleep. Yeah, it's quite peaceful. And I feel so free. Yeah, it's like everyone has gone. Just walk the whole world's mind. Yeah, that's the way I feel like as well, streaming at night. It's just like my time. Oh, hi, Catspaw. Hi. How are you? How have you been keeping? And to you too, Jill. Have a good one. Bye. How have you been, Catspaw? We're doing the last of the Thieves Guild quests. Here.
Mercer's been here. I hope we aren't too late.
And we're kind of getting that parks out on the grove as well, I suppose.
Brynjolf and I found them like that. Mercer's doing. We have to catch up to him before it's too late. We should tread.
I'm ready, let's go. Now, these guys are pretty much essential, so I don't have to worry about the Middle East. As far as I remember.
I can't wait to get my hands around that bastard's neck.
So, let's have a look here. Okay. I just walked straight into my first trap. And no. Blackbriar Reserve. It would have to be, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on. Let's see what we've got here. Well, we'll only go for the lighter select stuff. No. I can pretty much make my own gold. There we go. That will do. Oh, that's good to hear, Catspaw. Oh, hi, Rainbow. Hi. How have you been? How have you been doing?
Wait a moment.
Yeah, we're on the last of the Thieves Guild quest.
It's Mercer. Look, down there.
I'm on it.
Where is he? Well, I don't really see him.
Damn it.
Ah,
No way
he's
through.
probably there somewhere. There is a way through, of course there's a way through. Except we just gotta go this way. And have a good look around as well. Oh, chitin. I really hate those creatures. Right, here we are. So we'll take these guys out quite quickly. Hello.
Just as I was getting warmed up.
Now, actually taking any armor or anything off these guys is an absolute waste of time. Just weighs too much. I just wind up dumping it. There. There's a ton of dead farmer here. Absolute ton. There. La 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 la. Right, I don't know what that's for. Yeah. Okay, let's come up. I think we've pretty much cleaned this one, have we? Oh, I remember this. Oh, it's really nasty. We've got to pull these levers pretty quickly, isn't it? Run to this one, run to that one, and then run through the gate. I usually do that one, then the other one. Let's clear it first. It took me ages to work this out the first time I got here. We'll just give it a clean sweep. Don't ask me why I'm picking the stupid swords. Okay. Now, okay, come here. Oh, these guys are not exactly weak. I'm really guide my hand. I haven't even hit anyone yet, and they're dying. Just as water were made essential on this quest. Okay. So, if I remember this well, let me see how I do this. We've got to open that cage, so we've got to release. Okay, we can't actually do it from here. That one and then the other one. I usually get this one and then we run around to that one and jump, or the other way around. Doesn't really matter. Probably best to go the other way around. There's a shorter distance here.
Who's there? What was that? Enough!
Oh,
Let's end
we
this!
killed the skeever as well. Hey, end this. Right, let's see if we can work out this little one. So what have you been up to, Rainbow? So if I remember, let's say, I think it's best we do this one and then run to the next one. And then jump down. Oh gosh, we'll raid this little guy before we do. So we quickly hit that, and then we run to the other one as quick as we can. We should get a little bit more speed if we do that. Hey! I actually remembered it. Nice. Was streaming Valheim some more. Oh, cool. Nice. Really enjoyed the building in that game. Ah, sounds so interesting. I seen a little bit of it. Yeah. I seen a little bit. It reminded me of another game. Let's say the mechanics of the building, like that game, let's say, where it's like an apocalypse. It's a multiplayer game. If you die, you become another character or something. And you kind of hatch up buildings to stop some zombies getting in. I forget the name of it. It was quite popular, let's say about 8-10 months ago.
Looks like we can take the low road or the high road across this chamber.
It doesn't really matter. Let's go to high road. Yes, I'll take the high road and you take the low road.
Who's there?
Come on. Bye-bye.
Wait, I hear some stuff.
Okay. Where's the other guy?
Now we
Oh, he's up here. Come on. How do we get up to this little guy? There. Where actually is he? Okay, hello. And it's basically just a lot of this killing until we get to where we're going. But I want to kill all these guys. State of Decay, and that was the one, I think, yeah. Yeah, and the building kind of reminded me the way it, like you kind of patch it up. Yeah. Kind of reminded me a little bit of that. Or a little bit, let's say, maybe not exactly the same, but the same kind of thing like you do in Minecraft. You know, the whole piece goes up and you patch it in. But I only seen a very little amount of it. The same as every other game, let's say. Well, maybe because that game is a bit newer, you get more people doing a little bit more building. But nobody would go into it really big time. But it's a game I really wouldn't mind playing, to be honest. You know, doing the quests out and, you know, getting the different materials and building stuff. Something to work towards.
You just made the last mistake of your life.
Okay.
Your fate is sealed.
That's what happens when you cross the guild.
I live another day.
There we go. Yes, you'll live another day, Karaya. So, I think we've got everyone out of the way here. We can pretty much advance. Oh, there used to be a nice little spot down here. Wrong direction. We're actually going this way. Apparently. Okay, I don't know where I'm going. Okay, let's take the low road. So I took the high road and the low road. How's that? Oh, I still didn't wind up in Scotland. Ah, here we go. Now, ah, I see you. Hello. Take that. Yes, you'll live another day. Oh, there used to be some. Oh, here it is. I don't know how we're doing this. We've got tons of money. Is cottage pie English? Yeah, it's British. Yeah, it's an English dish. Let's say haggis, and that would be Scottish. Yeah, it's British. It's actually pretty popular, let's say, in the bars, well, the inns and taverns and such. Especially when you get, let's say, to the north of England. And the rural areas and villages and that. Yeah. Well, we probably eat it here as well, but it's like most noted in Britain. Yeah. It's not, let's say, a really, really popular thing. But yeah, you can get it here. Here it's more like Guinness. Or some Jameson. Whiskey. We like our meals a lot stronger, unfortunately. That's it, we're pretty much... Oh. There shouldn't be anywhere unless it's inside. Ah, it is. Here we go. So this will help us now. I better take out these traps because these guys are idiots. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of dead bandits here, isn't there? Or a farmer, I should say. Now, I wonder will these guys attack me if I become a werewolf? This I actually forget. But let's clear this area before we try and we'll do a save. Okay, right, we won't be going that way for a moment. Let's see what's in here. No, oh. Looks like the guy was already here and he's cleaned it out. Oh, you nasty guy. Right. Now, yeah, we just kill these and then I'll do the transformation, we'll see.
Sure as bones. Look at that monstrosity.
It's a dwarven
Oh.
centurion.
Yes, we
Tough
can
and
kill them.
very deadly.
We can
Not
take
that
the
tough.
beast on or sneak around.
Oh, there's a ton of chit in here.
Right behind you.
Here we go. Hey, come on now. Don't be like that. Nice. Look at this character can take a hit. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll let those guys battle for a moment. A bit low on the health, but... There. Now... let's see who's left. Come on, where are all of these guys coming out of? Oh, hang on. I keep underestimating these. Okay, where's the last guy? Oh my. There. There we go. We can't really bring the armor, we just don't have room for it. So, we'll quickly scout this area and then I'll try that werewolf thing. See if it works again. I'm not sure if these guys will probably turn on me. But I could probably bet these guys have a little surprise for us somewhere. Ah. Okay. Activate button. We'll do that in a moment. We'll have a quick scout on the area. Ah, skeever. Oh, skeever. Skeever, skeever. Cottage pie is popular in the south too. Oh, nice. Is it? Yeah. I I did a lot, let's say, in the north of England. A little bit in the south. I actually still have some family living there. After the hype of Elden Ring is over and you've completed this game, do you ever think about... I've seen it. It's quite a good game, but I've always liked this kind of game, let's say. The Elden Ring, it's too much just go from one boss to another and not much NPC interaction. My kids love the Elden Ring, let's say, and the Dark Souls thing, but I could never really get into the swing of it, you know? I like games like, I'm pretty old-fashioned, like New Vegas and Fallout 4 and Skyrim and Oblivion and that, you know? And I would say it's playable, you know? I would say it's playable. But I'm so caught up in about maybe a half a dozen games. Yeah. But yeah, probably eventually I'll branch out to something like that. But even, let's say, for the likes of Cyberpunk, that didn't really interest me. I thought it might have been playable, but I did know it would have a massive amount of bugs. But to be honest, on its launch even surprised me. I didn't think they'd go that far. I knew they would have problems because, you know, it wasn't really their thing, the guns and cars and stuff. I knew they'd have to bring in a new team. And the way it is, let's say, with those guys, you know, you've got to have a studio working together for a long time to, you know, be on the same page. And then, you know, you hire in developers for contracts and they're nothing more than mercenaries. They're not going to give it their all. It's just a contract. The hype is getting to me, even though I'm a huge fan of... This is what I don't like about these larger games, the way they hype them so much. But it seems to be working for them financially. I decided to wait and get Elden Ring, but it's getting tough. Yeah. There isn't any side missions like what you're doing now, and this is what kind of... Yeah, I'm used to a certain kind of thing. You know? I am a creature of habit. Yeah, for me, so I'm not sure I will play it or not. Yeah. I like these longer type games. Let's say the side missions, the getting to know everything, you know? That kind of thing. Yeah. You know, like, let's say in my top 10 favorites would be, let's say, you know, The Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Dragon Age, Witcher. You see where I'm going with these? Assassin's Creed. They're all, like, pretty similar. Large open world, plenty of NPC interaction, lots of side quests and things to do. I still have Valhalla Rebel. I bought it. I've got it with, you know, the Gold Edition, Season Pass, whatever you want to call it. And I haven't even turned it on yet. But I got it during the Black Friday sale, so it was as cheap as it's ever going to be. So I still tron there, and I still haven't played it yet. After I do this playthrough, I might consider, but I'd be achievement hunting on that. You know what I mean? Making sure I get all the achievements. But I might actually save that for a little while, you know? Because I really want to do a survival on this one. It's my all-time favorite game. Just seems like Elden Ring, yeah. You're put in a constant state of tension. because of it being a game fighting enemy after enemy after enemy. Yeah. In this, let's say, if you want to, you can branch out and you can fix up your character, talk with NPCs. There's other quests that don't involve fighting, but you want to know where you're going. There's lots of interactions in town, buying, selling, you know, getting to know the NPCs, or let's say for want of a better example. This kind of immersive RPG I like. But no, I don't mind the tension, or let's say the constant fighting. But I think, like, that game is kind of, Dark Souls is kind of legendary for being kind of underpowered, and you can't really grind up your character. You have to keep going forward, if you know what I mean. You can't pause, let's say, and do a little few side quests and just get the feel of the game. You're constantly moving forward. It's kind of chaotic. I know exactly what you mean. What is that? Who knows? I might do what Rainbow is doing. Ah, Valheim. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Valheim. That one sounds good. That would be more my style of game. But what tends to get me in this game after a while is, I know it so well, let's say, and the enchanting and the grinding and stuff. Even on the highest difficulty level, it gets a bit too easy. But I've never done the survival. I'm hoping that that will make it much harder. There. So I want to clear out this area and then I'll chance the werewolf thing. But we've got a lot of farmer. And I've took out the park where I can feed on those guys as well, so. Oh my god, look at the spiders. Ugh. Those guys. There. I think we've pretty much killed everything. Now, I can't remember if these guys actually turn on me when I become a werewolf. Probably they will. We're gonna find out shortly, so I'll do a save. Right. Let's give it a try. For the hype to be over and then get the game. Nice. I'm more waiting for the updates. Me too. That's what I do with my game. Let's say when I'm buying a game, I'll leave it for a good few months after launch. You know, they get the updates and they iron out as much of the bugs as they're ever going to do. And then at around the same time it usually goes on sale as well, so, you know, it kind of works out. The game, I said, Valheim. I think it's called Valheim, isn't it? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's like a kind of Viking-y game. Yeah. But it was released, I think, about 10 months ago or something. Yeah. Yeah, Valheim, yeah. Yeah, it's PC only though. Yeah, I think it's a pretty large game. You know, I don't think it could be made for console. Not yet, at least. In both ears tonight. Oh. Ah, yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, you might have gotten a draft or something on your ear. Possible. But usually when I get that, an ice pack helps. And I hope it gets better soon. So, I want to know if these guys will attack me when I become a werewolf. Probably will. We'll give it a shot and we'll see. I think they will. Early access game only really works on PC. I'd imagine the file on that would be huge. Yeah, I can't really do it on console. It's like the mods, let's say, from PC. They kind of have to skim them down a lot and then port them to console. All the assets and stuff, you know, would make the file pretty big, I'd imagine. Now let's see, will they turn on me? No. Nice, they're not turning on me. Let's start feeding. The game itself isn't that taxing. It's the textures, yeah. Yeah. I don't think the console could handle it. Yay, we're eating some farmer. Cool. Now we have a good few of these guys to get. And this is totally worth our while. Totally worth a while. We can even eat the poor skeevers. We're even eating the skeevers. The game itself, yeah, you might have misread probably Rainbow, what I said. I tend to skim a lot. I find it very hard to read the small text, so I basically skim. Yeah, I don't think there's a good chance of it coming to console. Yeah. The same with Satisfactory. It's probably a combination, like you said, let's say, of the textures, and I would imagine, you know, there's a lot in them. I'd imagine the file size, you know, would probably be an issue as well. I've always assumed it's just the sheer, you know, file size. But yeah, there would be obviously a lot of things. And then, you know, maybe, you know, it was, you know, kind of designed for PC. Let's say, you know, there's certain things a PC would do better than a console, so they would optimize that in the game, let's say, on their graphics and that, and the console wouldn't be able to do the same. Probably something like that. Just a guess. I wish Horizon's graphics were more stable. I don't like how hair or parts of the body and weapons disappear. Clipping, yeah? There's another one that's being hyped up. Yep. It is actually, isn't it? Everything now is actually hyped up, so you really don't know what you're getting. The only way of knowing really is just wait till it releases, leave it play for a while, and then, you know, watch a bit of gameplay. Well, that's the way we used to do it before, but this pre-ordering thing. Yeah, it's a lot more common now, and it's kind of hurting the game industry in the sense that, you know, maybe if people, you know, didn't do the pre-order, wait till they actually seen a little bit of the game before they bought, they might not buy, which, you know, if there was problems and bugs, which would kind of, you know, get the developers and these game companies to, you know, try to do a better job. Flickering, yeah. Oh, there's flickering as well. It's like the game has been overtaxed. It would kind of spur them into, you know, releasing their games, let's say, with less issues. Have you released zombie hordes in Skyrim yet, Croc? I didn't know you could. Oh yeah, I seen them. It was with the Creation Club. I did a quest, and there was this thing or something, and you know those mort, you know the mort zombies. Yeah. So I killed all of those guys, but then I was doing some level up on illusion, pretty close to a bandit camp and a military camp. But I noticed there was some on my mini map. There was some enemies which shouldn't have been, let's say, using the illusion. And yeah, it was a bunch of those guys. They came in and they killed all the bandits. So I went in and killed them, and then, you know, just moved to another area. If that's the ones you're referring to. The only time I get a game before release is when it's early access, yeah. Nothing to lose. And I feel like it's already worth getting, yeah. Yeah. But I don't think I've ever... I did pre-order the special edition of Skyrim, but I knew what I was getting, didn't I? I think that's the only one I've ever done it for. And Fallout 4. I think they're the only two games I ever did that for. The rest I was content to, you know, just wait. But I got stung on both with bugs. They eventually got around and stabilized it a bit, but it soured me off from it then, really, didn't it? Ah, Carlia, you idiot. I just hit Carlia by mistake. No, I think there's a few guys out here. Of course, we're munching those guys. And then we'll be done. It's just a silly werewolf thing I gotta get rid of. Might as well munch them, I suppose. And there's a ton of them out here, isn't there? Yeah, it's best we get this little thing over with. Let's see, we should have got the park by now, shouldn't we? Okay, 3 more. Now let's see, where's the guys we missed? And then we'll run up quickly and get this over with. Okay, these guys are actually gone. Yeah, I've noticed that about this game, let's say. Since I started playing it again, and the Creation Club stuff they've done. Oh! Guys, I've made a massive mistake. Oh my god, I've made a massive mistake. You're joking me. Oh, that's good. Thank goodness I saved it here before I changed into a werewolf. Yeah, I've noticed the bodies. They're despawning much quicker. I've just started the companion's quest myself. Oh, cool. My bed, I need to sleep it. Nice. You're getting tired. Yeah, but thanks for hanging out, Stephen. I appreciate it. And have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. Other than completely drained and wanting to sleep my life away, I'm doing okay. Helped to be accomplished with a few things today. How are you? Nice. And that was a mess up, wasn't it? We'll just barely get these out this time. But it's actually lucky I saved it here. That werewolf is not that strong. So I'll quickly eat these guys and we'll move on. And that was a silly mistake. Right, we'll just get these guys in here, we won't bother going out. We got killed for nothing, really. Yeah, that was pretty stupid. Right, we'll get out of here right quick this time. I usually don't mess about with this, but this is a great opportunity to get a park out. Live long and prosper. He was always my favourite character from Star Trek. Leonard Nimoy. Awesome actor. Very, very distinguished. Yes, I am. I'm eating all the bugs. Sure you did, Rebel. Yeah. It's a perk you get on this, let's say, where you can feed on animals and non-humans. I take it out immediately because I can kind of max this guy out quicker this way. Even allows us to eat less skeevers. Yeah, sure. Let's just say it was a slip of the tongue. Let's get this guy. Yeah, I think we have them. We'll just get these ones here. I forgot I was pretty weak as a werewolf in this. Well, 100 more mods ain't gonna appear on Lover's Lab. Totally. That's kind of like a Nexus thing, isn't it? Yeah, so I can honestly say I've never used those mods. Took me a few seconds to catch on what your evil laugh meant. Oh, what the? Oh, you're joking me. I thought I'd kill these guys. There. Hey, we got an extra feeding. I knew I missed one of those guys. No, there's just a few little guys to get here and then we're pretty much done. There. Just a few little guys here. 2, and then we're out of here. Or 1. Maybe. 1 apparently. Strange, I thought it was 2. Right, enough of the werewolf. Oh, hang on. We'll do our perk, obviously. There. Now, that's that. Yeah. Oh, a Nexus, is it? Ah. Yeah, all like PC stuff. There we go. Now, there's a guy over here, let's see. Come to me. There, that's the only thing I want from him. Let's get out of here. This place is the latest because I was silly enough to get killed as a werewolf. So. Probably forgot him, but at least we got another perk from that. This is probably the best way of doing it instead of just going around. If you're really stuck, you know, just go down by the side of a river or the coast outside Winterhold, killing the mud crabs and just feeding on them there. Well, relatively easy prey. Okay, let's move on. Well, we got another park. Yeah, this is a pretty long quest. Well, I didn't make it any shorter by doing this. Right, let us be gone.
We must be getting close.
And soon we'll be done with this. At least take up your bloody mess off the floor. In Daggerfall, you were forcibly transformed into a werewolf. Really, every full moon. Keep in mind that there are 2 moons in Elder Scrolls lore. Oh my god. When you get... Oh yeah, the werewolf thing. Lycanthropy. Ah, I never got to play that. It's really old school. You know, it wouldn't have achievements and, you know, probably harder to play. Graphics wouldn't be as good as these, but yeah, totally old school. Wouldn't mind eventually trying it, but I'm nearly sure I'd need PC again to play that one, wouldn't I? But did you see how adventurous they were? Even, let's say, before they had graphics and all of this stuff that they can turn to now. How they put a lot into the story and they made it huge and they made it interesting. Now, let's say, games tend to rely on, you know, graphics and fights and all of that stuff. The quests are pretty much, let's say, just, you know, you're pointed where to go, who to kill, and then collect your reward, and just to kind of repeat every every quest. You know, it's kind of much like the same thing. It does have a free source. Oh, some fans made. But as the PC thing, yeah. It modernizes the gameplay, yeah. Like, there might even be a chance, let's say, but probably a big one, you know what Todd is like, that if he does make another Elder Scrolls, let's say single player RPG like Skyrim, it might be Morrowind. Although I've always liked the scenery, let's say, and plants and stuff in Skyrim. But the problem is trees. This game would have had it all if it had more of a forested area. But I wonder how the future of gaming will go. Let's say for console at least, or well, even console last. You know, console might eventually die out. But if they made them, let's say, you know, if we could do the same things on PC. You know, larger games, larger areas. Original Xbox. But I don't know if you can get it backwards. Yeah, I don't think you can. I think I tried it at one stage, I'm not quite sure. Like another old game I used to love from 360, called Saboteur. It's only on PC now, Rainbow. Yeah, check it out sometime. But I thought it was really, really, really unique. You were basically working with the resistance during the French resistance during the Second World War. Pretty interesting quests. Love the scenery. Although, let's say, you think it's pretty iffy when you play it at the start because it was in black and white. But as you, let's say, did the quests and, you know, destroyed the German outposts and things in the game, when you liberated an area, when you entered it, everything then was then in colour. I thought it was really original, you know? Yeah. A little bit, yeah, a little bit in that sense, you know, where you're doing the quests and that. But that company went sour not long after that game. But I thought it was pretty good. Remember, it's still pretty old school. But for its time, it was really good. It didn't get the praise and attention it deserved. But I think, let's say on that, I think everything was bought up by another big company like Blizzard or EA or something. It might have been EA, and then just broke it apart. It's a pity. The devs on that had talent, and then you know you could drive in the game as well, and you had that old, let's say, late 30s, early 40s music like Billie Holiday, you know, and all of that stuff. Pretty good.
The stench. This place reeks of foulness.
This must be their hive. Wait, I hear something.
There. So this place reeks of farmer, does it? Let's see how much it reeks. Okay. Getting acquired by EA means getting dissolved. Yeah, not long after. Oh, EA, a nasty bunch. I'll take the silver one, why not? The Arcadium as well, why not? What would have making this game a little bit more interesting, Rainbow, but a lot more grindy is, let's say, you know, like if your hides and skins you needed to upgrade and the metal and stuff, if you had to pick them up like this or mine them instead of being able to buy them in a blacksmith, that would have made it a little bit more interesting but more grindy. But Ubisoft are kind of going that way, all of them really. But since the rise of games like Fortnite, it's been downhill ever since. The stuff that we used to expect in free-to-play games on cell phone is pretty much what they're getting now, let's say, in games. You shouldn't have that kind of messing about a microtransaction in a game that you've actually bought and probably had to pay season passes for God knows what else, and then they hit you with that kind of stuff. You've got to ask yourself exactly how much did I want, you know, for you to play this game.
What was that?
There you are.
These guys are pretty tough. Oh, come on, burn off. Just for fun, I'm thinking about getting Ark. Yeah, I seen that. It's kind of interesting. You know, the dinosaurs and all of that stuff. There's a bit of building as well, isn't there? Yeah, that was popular about 12 months ago or so, wasn't it? Ark Evolved and all of that. I think there's a few of them. There's the flickering as well. You see that? See that one there? This is all new. You can see it better in the light. I think they're piling on so much stuff from the creation club. The game is starting to get a little... Oh yeah, I remember this guy. Thief's Last Words. Now, this is interesting. Nobody thought they were real, but I've seen them. The eyes. Oh yeah, this is about the snow elf thing. Oh, the snow elves. The dwarves thought they took them from the farmer, but they themselves were fooled. A statue built in secret by the slaves. The eyes burn into you, and I see them even now. What's that? Srafa escaped through the collapsing tunnel, but he'll never escape what we've seen. Men will never believe him, and he'll be driven mad by the knowledge that I never see them again. But I may yet see them again before I die. Well, newsflash, that didn't happen. So let's see what we have got here. Potion, 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 and potion. A bunch of junk. Potion, potion, potion. Ingredients, ingredients, ingredients. And I think we're done here. What the? Just, they're so clumsy.
There's a mass of the farmer in this chamber. We can sneak through or take them down. I don't care. As long as we get to Mercer.
She doesn't care. Well, this guy lost his pants. Oh. That doesn't look good.
Give up? That's what happens when you cross the guild. Come on, show. You've got what it takes.
Let's see what we can get from these guys. There's going to be a few of these here, I'd say. Now. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying about Horizon. But it happened all the time. Enough to be annoying. Be right back, need to use the loo. No problem, Rebel. Lieutenant. Yeah, did you get that flick rig? Yeah, it's... I've seen that kind of thing, let's say, once I start to overdo it in a cell in Fallout 4. I'm thinking maybe it's coming back here, etc. out again because all of the Creation Club content. Maybe not sure, maybe they just messed about with the game too much. But there's just stuff I haven't seen before. You might get a tiny bit of it every now and then, but not like this. And I've seen it much worse. I've seen large squares of water panels, let's say, from the coast missing as well. Horizon will have to be made for PlayStation 5 first and then downgraded on the PlayStation 4 probably. But didn't PlayStation, didn't they say something like they'll be making them for 4 and you'll just have to endure with 5 for a few years? I'm nearly sure I read a statement somewhere. Now there will be a few years more before they'll be optimizing games for the 5 and the X series. But maybe they'll go ahead maybe and do it straight away. But they made it sound like they'll be making it for 4 and then eventually upgrading it for 5. Okay, we got 2 more. We'll see if we can clear this area. And with a bit of luck, we'll get our little werewolf thing going as well. But we're going to have a ton of ingredients when we get out of here, I can tell you that. Let's see if we can finish this here. I'm actually more concerned about missing Creation Club stuff. Come on. Move. Who cares? I think we go this way, and I think we've kind of found everything in here, haven't we? Oh, we haven't. Hang on. No, we have. Yeah.
With any luck.
Carlia, you're always in the way. Now, let's see. Is there anyone else standing here before we progress too far? Ah, there's a few more we can kill. Oh, hi, how do I pronounce that? You know, let me get my reading glasses. Let me just zoom into that. Jurelots. Yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that right, Jurelots. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. Oh, that's my bad then. Yeah. What level are you now? Ooh, I am 159, almost 160. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 160-ish. C-dub. Yeah, it's been a while since I played this. Jurel. You don't mind if I call you Jurel? Reminds me of that Superman thing. About just over 2 years since I played on Neverwood. Obviously the anniversary edition, so you know it's stacked full of Creation Club stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I think it's too much for this. But yeah, just basically getting the feel for it again. We're playing this on Legendary on Xbox, and you know once you grind your character enough, it just gets too easy even on Legendary. So I'll be going in not too long after this playthrough for a survival one. You know, we get the option to do that now as well, as say with the anniversary edition, so that should be interesting. But I usually play, well, I kind of do this, and then I do Fallout 4 day on, day off on each game, you know, playing every day. So it'll be Fallout 4 tomorrow, and then this the day after again. So how have you been, Jarrell? And this is the very last quest on, what was it? The Thieves Guild. Yeah. So we've just done the Companions and the Thieves Guild after this one. But I think we've cleared up about 90% of all the other quests. You know, the little annoying side quests. I like to get those ones out of the way. And I keep underestimating these guys. Let's get these guys out quickly.
And that's why I'm the best.
Well, if you say so yourself. Oh, where's the other guy? Okay. Let's see if I can remember this. This is a pretty huge area. I wanted to kill all these guys and come back and eat them as a werewolf. Oh, it's easier than doing the werewolf thing. It's something I'll only have to do once. Can't wait to see the finished product of your hospital on Fallout. Yeah, I've been quite a while on it. I've been as long on that now as I was on Bates Motel. Bates Motel took about 96. I'm about 96 on this one so far. But those kind of large bills, because of the decoration and, you know, the way I packed them up, they take quite a long time. And then it doesn't help, let's say, I've never really done a really large-scale medical facility. So I want to do the best job I can at that with the stuff I have, obviously. I did a little bit on it today, C-Dub. Yeah. Just a little touch-up things, you know, that, you know, are kind of tedious to watch, let's say, if I'm streaming, to take a bit of time. And I've worked out what I want to do with the outside. I've tried a few different things on it and, you know, done a little bit of it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to that tomorrow. But it's way easier for me to... I'm normally one that wouldn't switch games. I would stick with a game and finish it and then move to the next. But the building thing is different. You're talking about, you know, settlements that's taking me anywhere from 100 to 240 hours, you know. Let's say 80 being the least and maybe 240 being the most. So you talk about how many settlements is in Skyrim. that's or in Fallout 4. That's pretty long time to be building, but this has given me a kind of a break from it in a sense, you know, so I don't burn out. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting back to doing that again. We'll be eating fine here tonight. I just want to kill these guys. There's just too many enemies in Skyrim. Okay, I think we've got everyone now, haven't we? So, exactly where do we go? This way. I just want to clear this place out. And then we can go back. Oh, there's a ton of people. But it's lucky there's no cap on weapons on this, you know that. Or we would be in a heap of trouble. Valheim is, yeah. Exactly. I find that I play the game too much. Burnout, totally. Like, I've been constantly building, if you take Mixer into account as well, and I didn't get much of a break from Mixer, let's say, to Twitch. I've been constantly building for about 14 months. And in that 14 months, if I got 10 days off, but I like to do it, but, you know, if I keep it up, yeah, it will be too much like work, you know. But usually, let's say, if I was playing a game that was straightforward, you know, we get our quests done, we get our achievements, yeah, I'd totally stick to that, because it would be new to me. And then move to the next game and so forth, yeah. But when you've played a game so many times, and, you know, it take thousands of hours to do, well, a good few hours to do all of the settlements. When it feels like work, then that's when I have to stick back. Yeah, definitely. And what makes it feel that way is, you know, you're just doing the same game over and over and over again. You know what I mean? But this definitely gives your mind a break. And this, let's say, is more quest orientated, so it goes quicker. Now here if we jump off the edge, guys, we're not going back. So from here we actually do the werewolf. And we eat those guys. So let's get back to where we came and we'll eat all of these guys, or as many as we can. And I think we got everyone here. Oh, we missed this one. But normally I'd do a game through to the end. But I think after about 400 or 500 straight days, I think it's time to start to alternate games. It's harder to change games on stream because it's always concerned people who can. Yeah, it's kind of a no-go. Let's say it's not a thing. Most people don't mind, but yeah, some would come, let's say, just for the game. But I, let's say, tend to do it, you know, right from the start. So I think it's better that way. And yeah, a lot of people will stick to a game till it's over, you know. But I just, you know, mainly do this to chat with friends and that, so they'll usually come by regardless. But the best games, let's say, to find people close enough to your age category, like, to chat with, would be these old games that we all like Fallout 4 and Skyrim and that kind of thing. Oh yeah, sorry, Rainbow Streams, yeah. I still trying to work out the bot, let's say, for doing shoutouts. I'm so inept at this. I'm slowly figuring it out, but I've come a long way, let's say, since I've come here. It's a slow progress. Oh. So we're going to be eating these guys pretty shortly. Now we come in here, didn't we? Yeah, this is where we come in here. So right from here we should get these guys to eat. Yeah, right from here. And the two guys on top. Where did we kill them? There they are. Well, I thought it was two, but apparently one. Yeah, this is it. Okay, we do our little werewolf thing. And I'll do this really quickly, guys. Croc has inspired me to start my own building streams in games I like. Yeah, stick to what you like, you know. You should never stream, let's say, unless you're doing something you like. I've seen people who do that. It will make you quite unhappy. And then you, let's say, come in contact with people who also like the same games, and you'll have a lot in common. It's the easiest way to make friends. I always liked building, but never thought of doing it as a stream. Yeah, I was like that as well once. And I find I enjoy the whole process. Yeah, more. If you're building and chatting and that, yeah, with people who like building and chatting as well, it always goes good. Oh, hi, Funk Metal. How are you? How have you been doing? It is. Yeah, it is. Yes, going after Mercer. We're on the very last quest. Yep, me too. You've come to the right place, Funk. We all have sleep disorders. This is the vampire club, I'm afraid. And what I'm doing is, you know, that werewolf thing. It's easier to feed on the bodies from here, you know, once you kill them. Also sad, my favourite mod pack disappeared from Jack for some reason. Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that's been taken down lately. I haven't played this in over 2 years, and the anniversary edition gave me an excuse to kind of play it again. But it's added a lot more content, made the game a little bit more unstable, if that was possible, and added a lot more time to the game. And we've been playing this on the Xbox on legendary difficulty. But, you know, once you grind your character like I do in this game, you're always overpowered. So the next time we go in, we'll try that survival thing. I've never done it before in Skyrim. I usually play Fallout 4, but these past few weeks we're kind of sticking to day on, day off. You know, Fallout 4 tomorrow I do building, and exclusively building on Fallout 4. And then Skyrim, and then Fallout 4 and Skyrim, and so forth. It is, isn't it? It reminds me of... it always reminds me of the Monty Python series. For some reason, you know, always reminds me of that. I know that name from somewhere, guys. Janissary. Hmm. I just let some settlements take care of my building. Yeah, I kind of do it old school. Start from scratch. But my settlements could take anywhere from 80 to 240 hours, being the longest. So I use primarily SOE, USO, and Snappy House Kit. But I find it very relaxing. A little bit like doing a puzzle or, your favorite crossword, that kind of thing. So let's see if we can do this. There it is. These guys should give me a break. I might get at least one more perk out of this one. Now, and the feasting we shall go. Now, I bet that guy thought he was safe, didn't he? He was wrong. Alright, we'll get out as many of these guys as we can. We'll just work our way back down. And it's best we get it over with now. Well, we can.
Be careful.
I mostly found in friends and FPS streams, like BF and oh nice, PlanetSide. Yeah, this is the last quest. We're going after Mercer. One of my characters really strong. We haven't used any glitches or exploits. The game is way too easy as is. Yeah, that was a bit much thinking I could eat that, but still. Let's see, is there anything here we can get? Oh, there wasn't that many here. I thought it was many more. Yeah, well. We'll feast as much as we can. There's two guys here, and there's three more down further, I think. Still, it's something. Okay, I took the plunge. I'm downloading Ark on my... Oh, cool. Nice. On your PlayStation 4 now. Yeah, it looks to be a pretty interesting game, Rebel. I was never a fan of Werewolf. Yeah. No, I'm not really fond of it either, but it's part of the quest line, and given a choice, I go with Werewolf. The 100% disease immunity. Yeah, it takes out a little annoyance. You're always stopping off at statues trying to cure yourself, and then, when you're fighting a vampire, you've always got that kind of thing as well. Oh, hi Druid. Hi, how are you? And thanks for the resub, Jude. I appreciate it. It's really kind of you. How have you been? No, I'm actually from the Midlands, but yes, Southern Ireland, funk metal. I'm from a county called Tipperary in Southern Ireland. It's pretty much close to the Midlands. It's bordering Offaly, which is the Midlands, so yeah, pretty much in the centre. My accent has been probably calmed down a bit, let's say. In the past 3 or 4 decades, I've done a lot of travelling and, let's say, working abroad. So yeah, actually Tipperary. Cork, let's say, would be on the far side. Let's say I would go through Limerick and Cork would be down at the coast. Yeah. Oh, nice, from Cork. Ah. Yeah, the last time my family came from Cork, I would have to go back maybe 2 centuries. Yeah, it would be, let's say, my probably my granddad's granddad or great granddad, and then from Cork, let's say, I think it was Longford, Offaly, Clare, and then then Tipperary. We've been here for just over a century, I think. Yeah, Cork, nice. Hi, Invictus. Hi, how are you? My Portuguese accent is slowly giving way to a British one, and it feels weird. Yeah, eventually, it will. Uh, like if you're immersed in it all the time, and you're away from, let's say, people that speak with your accent. Some people it can actually happen quite quickly, within a matter of just a few years. Other people it takes decades, and they still don't, make the full transformation. My family has a weird spread, to be honest. Yeah, well, pretty much, let's say, my family didn't, let's say, do the classic immigration in the 1800s, so I can trace my line back a long way. But of late, let's say, from the 1960s, yeah, that did spread out to the likes of obviously Britain and Australia, New Zealand. I don't think there's any in the US. I would have to go back probably a century for that. Then in the US. But I think it was Rebel. I think we have a common ancestor. Butler. In that, so probably if we traced our line back enough, it would kind of, merge. Small amount in Cork, a few in Scotland. Scotland, yeah, Scotland is a really nice place. Some in Germany, nice. Then my direct lineage is from Belgium. Then US, nice. Ours we can trace back to the 1400s. Something similar with mine, yeah. Did you notice, let's say, once you get to the 1400s, it gets a bit dodgy tracing it, doesn't it? You'd have to make assumptions, and that could lead you off on the wrong direction. Yeah, pretty much the same. In around that time. I know my family has Irish roots, but the last name they have led to the spelling change. Yeah, after they immigrated to the United States, so finding out it's going to be hard. A lot of that happened in that island. That quarantine island? Yeah, they would actually change their names. What was the name of that island again, guys? At the time there was a large typhoid outbreak. I think it might have been in New York. It's still around. It used to be a large medical facility there. You and I wouldn't have to trace our heritage back far at all to connect us as cousins, Croc. No, because of, let's say, the immigration, let's say, just over the last, 2 centuries in the US? No, not that far. Not that far, Rebel. Well, everyone can trace back to Robert the Bruce and Charlemagne. Yeah, we all can. Yeah, we all can. Everyone is related if you trace back far enough. I've never looked too far in my family tree, but it's boring because we are pretty much stuck in Portugal until I happened. It's pretty much the same with me, Rainbow. Mine is pretty boring. We're pretty much stuck in this country all through the Middle Ages. Maybe the turn of the century, there was a little bit of movement. But yeah, pretty much the same on my tree. There hasn't been a lot of immigration, which is strange for, let's say, people from my country. We've been kind of always into immigration and getting out quick. and a lot of names referencing towns, yeah, and hamlets. Yeah, totally. Like ours is a town of Bolay, is it? Nice. Lowman is my mother's maiden name. Lowman. Not a lot. It's not a surname I come in. Let's say I know quite well. I couldn't even hazard a guess. But it kind of sounds British. But it could have, traces back to, God knows what. A generation moved to Colombia. Nice. But then they moved back. That's how we ended up in the US. My great-grandfather immigrated back in the turn of the 20th century. Ah, nice. Like I said, the spelling, yeah, it might have changed. Yeah. But there was a few reasons why it changed. It would have been changed on purpose on, what was the name of that island? Where everyone came in to get quarantined, especially, let's say, really foreign names like German names and French names. Well, foreign from English, if you know what I mean. They were changed. And then, let's say, at certain times there was kind of a lot of, how could I put this? A lot of bad feeling towards certain people from certain countries. So they purposely changed their surnames to kind of avoid that as well. So a lot of reasons for changing surnames. If I was to guess, Croc, you and I, cousins, probably twice removed at the very most. Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, because of the US, let's say, and when did the Europeans start going in there, let's say, in big numbers? Would have been probably the mid-17th century, wouldn't it? So not that far, no. Like a couple of centuries or even 3 is not that hard to trace back. Once you get over 4 or 5, it can get a bit iffy unless, let's say, your family didn't do a lot of immigration. Croc, do you have first names of any of the butlers? Hugh. Hugh is a big name in my family. Yeah, that's French, which kind of fits in. The butlers were French, and they were part of the Norman conquest. So Hugh is a big name in my family, but it's not a common one. But in my names, let's say, there would have been stuff like, let's say, John. John was another particular one. Hugh. Names like that. Well, basically, you're best if you join some kind of a club that would have a lot of records. You could do it online, Rainbow. Do your own research first. I can't stress that enough. Get back as far as you can, and never make an assumption. Make sure you totally know where you're going with it. Then when you get stuck, right, you can get on to some professionals who will track for you. Don't show them the stuff you have, yeah? It's very important you don't show them the stuff you have. Let them start from scratch and see what they come up with. Check it with what you found, and then you know if they're like kind of a rip-off guys just making guesses, It's very easy, let's say, to get one person wrong and then kind of branch off in the wrong direction. But you'll be able to do most of it online. And the clubs to join are actually pretty cheap, and a lot of them do like 30 and 60-day free trials. So, you should be able to get it all done. Then let's say you can go to, there's a lot of registry places here in Ireland and Britain, and probably in the US, where you can do more detailed searching. Census and stuff like that, birth and death and marriage certificates, stuff like that. Always wondered how they got all those guys named Norman together to invade England. Yeah, the Normans from Normandy. Yeah. I went to school with a girl with the last name of Butler. Butler is a common enough name. Not really, really, really common here would be, let's say, lower average. The names that would be, let's say, quite common here would be, let's say, Kelly. Kelly is a big one. But every Irish name is actually now an English translation. All of the surnames here had O to it. Let's say in Germany would be von, in Holland it would be van, and in Scotland it would be Mac. But there would be all anglicised versions of it. And happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone that celebrates it. Oh, thank you, Catspaw. And the same to you too. Croc, about what years did Hugh Butler live? Ooh, it's been a while since I did some research, Rebel. But I think, now remember with the Butlers, this is dodgy because almost every generation had a Hugh. It was a common name in the Butlers. Let's say you'd have the original Hugh, and then he would have a son, and he would be called Hugh, and etc. I think nearly almost every generation of the Butlers had a Hugh, just like my family. So the one I remember the most, I think it would be the mid 15th or probably early 16th century. Now there was another one that I tracked down, and that would be close to maybe the late 17th, early 18th century. But it's been a long time ago. It's been almost 3 decades since I did any research on anything like that. Oh, in the US, National Drunkard Day today. Yep. Today is the 17th, so yes, it is. Yeah, almost every generation rebel. And it's been the same in my family. The name has been kept alive. Now, the name is starting to die off, let's say, because, people don't want to kind of stick to family names. They're going for movie star names and, stuff like that. So, it's kind of beginning to die off. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, most likely. Most likely. You see, the Butlers, when they were part of the Norman invasion, let's say they took over Britain, and then in turn took over Ireland, and the first thing they did is they built a castle. The remains of that castle is about 12 minutes walk from me. I can literally see it from my window. And my family has been here for a long, long time. And let's say that they covered a really big area, so it would have been inevitable that eventually, you would kind of get related into, let's say the generations of that family. I am looking on my family tree now. Oh, nice. But when you're doing that, let's say when you're tracing it down, a lot of it will be pretty clear, and then you'll get to one link and it's a bit shady. But you'd want to make 100% sure that it's the right person before you carry on down that. This is a common thing, let's say, when you're tracing ancestry. You can, just one tiny assumption can lead you in a totally different direction. But you should be able to get back easily a few centuries before you got to really do some hard work, depending on the records in your country, really. But the British kept immaculate records, absolutely immaculate records. let's see these guys and get out of here. I think there's only like 3 or 4 here, so we'll eat them quickly. Yes, I actually now have access to my legal documents that prove relations. That's what you need. You need to make 100% sure. So what you do is, when you get to the stage, let's say the last guy that you can prove 100%, mark that up to one side, and then if everything is a little bit shady from that, yeah, trace it. You know what I mean? But remember, let's say you're only absolutely sure to the last guy. Like, I could go back much further than the 14th century, but I'm not 100% sure. You know, there's a little few pieces of information that I couldn't, well, probably don't exist anymore. Oh, they kept immaculate, but that was mostly got to do with tax.
Around that bastard's neck.
Empire has always been that way, obsessed with paperwork and records. The Romans were the same, again, for tax purposes. And that's the last of our... Oh, I think we might get some more feeding, but I think that's it. We pretty much have these guys. Yep, that's about it, guys. Now let's see that we get... No, we didn't even get enough to get a park. We just need 3. Right, let's get rid of this werewolf. I have gone back as far as the reign of... Nice, the Bohemian Kings. Trace my trade to 2 of the kings. I have been at it... Oh, really? Oh, for over 25 years. It's got too exhausting. It does, doesn't it? It does. And sometimes you get these days where you're lucky to come across some records. You know, but they're probably out there somewhere. But bear in mind, you know, you get to a stage where, you know, probably the records don't exist any longer and you're kind of stuck on that then. You'll get guys that would do DNA and that, but like, you know, if you go to the DNA stage, we're basically all related, you know. It's like, I remember a friend of mine, you know, sent away for one of those DNA tests and, you know, got back with this certain results and we looked at it anyway. And then he tried something else. He changed his surname to something, let's say, obvious, let's say from a certain country, and then sent that away again with the same sample and came back with totally different results. Most of those DNA guys are, it's just a sham. It's an absolute sham. Don't just take your surname into account, but your surname can tell a lot. Right, time to go. What do we like anyway in items? Oh, we haven't... Ah, this is it. Now, we can basically collect everything here. And here we go.
He's here. He hasn't seen us yet.
But after we get the family tree loaded with the branches and leaves, It is, isn't it? You know, one should put the work into it, and you can say with 100% certainty, yeah, that's where the reward comes in. Exactly. I think, you know, everyone wants to know that, even if they don't realize it. Hmm. What I actually do as well, it's been done for a few generations. You know, I would keep my documents, like, let's say, birth and marriage certificate and things, and eventually the last certificate. That will eventually come. And keep them in a folder. And, you know, my dad before him and before him, making it way easier, you know. That would be a nice thing to do as well, if you could, let's say, get your hands on their birth certs as well, and make a nice little folder or something like that. That might not be so easy.
Brynjolf, watch the door.
Aye, lass. Nothing's getting by me.
Climb down that ledge. See if you can...
Carlisle,
So we gotta kill this guy
when will
quickly.
you learn you can't get the drop on me?
So we get both eyes from this guy, but we gotta be pretty quick at this as well.
When y'all brought you before me, I could feel a sudden shift in the wind. And at that moment, I knew it would end with one of us at the end of a blade.
It is totally rebel. Give me the key.
What's Carlisle been filling your head with? Tales of thieves with honor? Oaths ripe with falsehoods and broken promises? Nocturnal doesn't care about you, the key, or anything having to do with the guild.
Okay, let's give him this
Then
BS.
it appears the shadows shroud more than your presence. They blind your wisdom as well.
Oh,
Our
really?
actions have always been one and the same. Both of us lie, cheat, and steal to further our own end.
And the difference is I still have honor.
Clear. You'll
Of
never
course.
see the skeleton key as I do, as an instrument of limitless wealth. Instead, you've chosen to fall over your own foolish code.
Okay, let's just kill this guy.
Then the die is cast, and once again,
If
my
anyone
blade
falls, it
takes
will be
Nightingale
you.
blood.
Okay.
Carlisle, I'll deal with you after I rid myself of your irksome companion. In the meantime, perhaps you and Brynjolf should get better acquainted.
What's happening? I can't stop myself.
Damn you!
What's wrong with this idiot?
Fight it, Brynjolf! It's taken control of you!
I'm sorry, lass.
Okay, how do we kill this guy again? He kind of teleports, doesn't he? Okay, and then this place fills with water. We're okay. We've got a water-breathing helmet. What's this? Guys, what? Oh, there he is. He's up here. Oh, he didn't last long. Gotta be quick getting this guy now. Left eye of the farmer, ebony arrow, blah 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 blah. This guy has got a lot of stuff, hasn't he? Right eye of the farmer, dwarfen sword, skeleton key. Oh, he doesn't have a lot, does he?
Get the skeleton key and the eye,
Go
and let's
now.
get out of here.
No luck there, lass. Something must have fallen
Now.
on the other side of the door because it isn't moving.
We have to find another
There's,
way out before the place fills with water.
It's up here somewhere, isn't it? Just wait till the water level rises and we should be able to get out. And it will raise pretty quickly. But I think it's... There it is. There it is there. No, it's not. It's here somewhere. I've always had problems finding this one. Well, we have a water breathing helmet, so we're pretty okay. Let's see if I can remember where this silly thing is. Here it is. Nope. It's around here somewhere. But you'll die here pretty quickly. Oh, I totally don't remember where this is. And we don't have a lot of light. It can take a while finding this. I found myself thinking about you the other day, remembering our family tree, talking in the past. And I smiled. The odds of us finding each other here in Twitch is so cool. It is, isn't it? But it goes to show you too, it can be a small world, Rebel. I'm supposed to be up in 3 hours. Oh my god, Igma. You are burning the candle on both ends. What's the chances of you getting any sleep, Igma? I honestly have no clue. Yeah, it goes to show you. And let's say there's a lot of people here that probably have connections and don't even realize it. Can anyone remember where that stupid okay, I think it's over here somewhere. I think it's okay, I should be able to know with a map, wouldn't I? No, that's the worst about the map, and I hate it. You should see a tunnel coming up, but and it's actually lucky I have the water breathing helmet, or we'd be really dead by now. I've always had problems finding this place, and it's been a while since I used it. Okay. I hate this quest. There it is. There it is. I got it. It's actually on the roof. At last. That's nice. We're out. At long last. Yeah. It's almost 4. It's 6:30 a.m. here. I find some nights I can get 8 hours. Some maybe 6. That's not bad. Because it is like, yep, that's me. 2 to 4 hours. Yeah. 2 to 4 hours, and then I might, if I'm lucky, nap for a half an hour at certain intervals during the day. But broken sleep is not much good. It's probably worse, actually. There we go, guys. Escape. And they should be behind me. Well, they should follow me out anyway, at least. Here we go.
I can't believe it's over. 25
And that's
years
it.
of exile, and just like that.
We got him.
It's done. All that remains is to ensure the safe return of the skeleton key.
And like you, I assume, I wonder why. Wonder what it is I do that causes my sleep to do the roller coaster.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. When the
Oh
skeleton
yeah,
was
we've got
stolen
to...
from the Twilight Sepulchre,
I forgot
our
about
access
that.
to
This
the
is a
inner
big
sanctum
quest.
was removed.
We've got to
The
replace
only
the
way to bring it back
key.
will be through the Pilgrim's Path.
Ah, we should be okay. We've got the poison resistance.
It wasn't created for the Nightingales.
But I don't
It
think
was
it will be
created
much
to
use
test
to us in
those who
this.
wish to
I know
serve
how to do
eternally
it
in other
anyway.
ways. As a consequence, I have no knowledge of what you'll be facing.
I'm tired. My phone died 2 hours ago. I lay down and closed my eyes, opened them again, and it's been 2 hours. Oh.
Brynjolf is needed back at the Thieves Guild.
I wake up for...
Away. And
Well, basically, because of usually pain, back or neck pain or something. I'm a pretty light sleeper anyway, so sometimes I get really lucky and get 5 hours, but that's rare.
I'm not certain if it will help within the walls of the Sepulchre, but I certainly don't need it as much as you. I've had this bow almost my entire life, and it's never let me down. I hope it brings you the same luck.
And there we go. She gave me the Nightingale bow and map updated. Darkness returns, that's the last one.
I've been a knight, falling in until the key is returned.
We'll spam that.
I will never the conduit, the Twilight, it's through this conduit that we're even though, of course, they never come into direct contact.
And that's it.
But they
Let's get out of here, guys. We have an absolute ton of junk to sell, and Riverwood will be our main spot. I want, yeah, of course, even sleep. Yeah. Yeah, we all actually need REM sleep. It's, you know, it's what we need. So, depending, it could take anywhere from 3 to 5 hours to get to that stage. So, you need, yeah. There's actually some sleep disorders. They're very rare. They're run in certain families, let's say. And the people who have them, you know, usually die in their mid to late 30s, where they can't sleep at all. They can't get any kind of REM sleep. So sleeping for a few hours at a time, oh, you might get a bit. But yeah, it will totally mess you up. Now, there used to be a military camp over here, but I think it doesn't show up till after the Civil War. One of the main camps. Oh, what's that? Cod. Nice. Why not? We like a bit of cod. I think it's around here somewhere and it eventually shows up. There. But it won't be here now. I think after the Civil War. So what's in this direction? Oh, cool. Right. Let's go selling before we do this quest. And we're off to Riverwood. Yeah, that was suggested to me as well, Igma. And I know people who went down that path. And what happened is now they cannot sleep without these pills at all, whatsoever. And they've got to take more and more and more of them to get the same effect. The pills are to be used pretty sparingly, you know. And if you need, if your issue is like, let's say, long term, I wouldn't suggest it. For 2 weeks, yeah. No, that can lead to addiction. I know people who absolutely cannot put their head on a pillow without taking medication. And they're always complaining the sleep they get is more like a drug-induced sleep. It's not like a refreshing, you know, you get a nice sleep, you wake up and you feel kind of refreshed. It's not like that. It's more like you've been put under for an operation. That kind of thing. Yeah, unless, you really, really have to for a short time. I wouldn't recommend that. There's some things I've heard about, let's say, like Medellin and stuff like that you might try. Natural stuff. But it all depends on what your problem is. If it's pain or stress or whatever, or trying to get back into the rhythm is the worst part, you know. Yeah, you'd be taking a chance. I know people and they're actually quite young. And yeah, they carry around bags of those things. No, the way I am, I'm pretty bad, but I'll stick it out for as long as I can. The sleep meds, yeah. All I did was take more and more out before I could get more, yeah. Go through panic, yeah. Go to friends to get more, yeah. I finally stopped all of that, took myself off, and now just, yeah, you'll have to eventually deal with it. Sleeping tablets, let's say, might be okay if, let's say, you're dealing with an injury that would clear up in a week or so, or something like that. But to use them for chronic sleep disorders, I think anything after a couple of weeks, I found IGMA, and it's hard to do, is force yourself to bed at a certain time. And eventually, once your body gets kind of used to that, you know what I mean? It's almost like you've got to retrain your body again, to kind of beat it back into the pattern it should be. Yeah, but not as bad as when you were doing that. Yeah, it's not real. It's drug induced. I've even known people, let's say, that went into like meditation and yoga that actually helped them to sleep. Yeah, force yourself to bed. And eventually, if you do that enough, you will find you'll start to go asleep. You see, even when you get past the pain issues, and you learn to live with that and whatever, your body has a certain habit, and it's breaking that habit. You have to literally later. It might take 3 hours to go asleep. You might only go asleep for 2 hours. You do that for a month, and then you're going to sleep in 2.5 hours, and you're sleeping 3.5 hours. Eventually, you will get better. It'll never get right, but it'll get to the stage where you'll be able to go to sleep maybe in a half an hour to an hour, and you'll get 4 to 5, like me. And, I broke away from it. I wasn't consistent. So I'll have to start doing that again. And now I might look for some kind of, let's say, natural ingredients to kind of, help it along a little bit as well. But yeah, it would be much better than taking medication to sleep.
Being all right.
Although the temptation is always there, isn't it? The quick fix of medication. Yeah, it is, yeah. Had sleep problems, he took meds. He said waking up from anesthesia. Yeah. Like I kind of likened it to let's say being put out for an operation, yeah. No, it'll never be perfect, yeah. But it'll be much better. You'll actually get more sleep and more refreshing sleep. Like 1 hour of a refreshing sleep is worth 8 hours of a drug-induced one. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. I've had several surgeries, and that's how I would describe it. Yeah. And that's basically what it is.
And it was one of those Sijic monks.
Man from eating skooma, I say.
Now we can start getting rid of this junk. And of course we've got some stuff to go to the thieves guild, but there's no rush for that one yet.
The sooner you find... Don't let my... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay. Huh. Potions I actually have a lot of. Oh my. There we go. We can sell the rest to the other guy. Well, that was a soft 11k. Don't like the feeling of losing control totally, yeah. Scares me. I broke my leg a while back. I was fearing that I'd need surgery, but thank God. Yeah, that was quite lucky. I never needed it. Yeah.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend. The finest weapons and armor. Until next time.
And there's just one thing I've got to do here. That's it. And we just gotta make our potions and then we'll move out. Now we'll get rid of the ingredients part of it. That is for coming out of my ear.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything.
I broke my tibia.
Oh. Around here somewhere.
And fractured fibia. The break was not like one of those bendy ones. The bones stayed where they needed to be. Just broke. Ah. So it wasn't compound. Yeah. Just a clean break. Yeah, they're the easiest to deal with. Oh, you did. Oh, you were lucky. Yeah, usually you'll get, you know, the compound fracture, you know, because of the twist. Yeah, you're lucky. Very lucky. You'll get some really nasty ones skiing. It will really mess your leg up. I didn't know how to stop. I jumped over because I was getting close to the lodge. I did about 4 cartwheels. Oh, yeah, it's the way the skis are attached. They'll twist your leg right round and cause a compound fracture. That can be pretty deadly, you know. The way they break, the marrow can get into the bloodstream. It can be really serious. You know, you could even die, let's say, from blood poisoning, or even lose a leg in some really extreme cases. Yeah, skiing is pretty dangerous.
We drink to our youth.
I want to take melatonin. That's the one I was talking about, to help with my insomnia issues. I'm going to be looking into that as well. I'm not sure about it. I'm going to talk to a doctor. I think I will as well. I heard there can be a few little side effects like nightmares and things. Not sure about that. But yeah, I think it would be best to talk to a medical professional. Mm. Yeah, it's quite dangerous and scary. Yeah. Oh yeah, they'd rather do drugs. Yeah, and opiates. Yeah. Totally agree with you there. But if you go to your family doctor, let's say, would have probably, you know. Nice. I sometimes use documentaries, guys. If you go to, let's say, the likes of some nature programs by Sir David Attenborough, they're pretty good. He's got a nice kind of calming voice. Have that on in the background kind of helps me a bit. But I've got to be tired already and pretty hard to put to sleep. Oh, nice. But the thing that works for me is wind and rain. That's the one thing I miss. Oh, hi, Dropout. Hi. How are you doing? Oh, I'm great, thanks, Dropout. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and yours are doing well. Yes, that's actually not bad. Yeah, panpipes as well. Panpipes are not bad. Just plays in my head over and over. Again, I'm cursed. You're absolutely cursed, Igma. Oh my god.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
You're that visitor been poking around.
He told of both battles and gold he had made. But then he went quiet, did Ragnar the Red, when he met the shield maiden Matilda.
I'm the innkeeper. It's my business to keep track of strangers.
You lie and you drink while I mead. Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed. And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
There we go. Oh, that's something. At least we get rid of some of it. Country Roads. Yeah, by John Denver. Yep. Feeling tired this morning. Oh, I think I spent too much time gaming yesterday. If that's even a thing. We were just talking about that dropout theory. We've been all kind of suffering with that lately. Myself for the past few weeks, and I think Rebel mentioned it as well. Yeah, pretty weak and tired all the time. Yeah, it is catchy. Yeah. Then I have to cure that itch and then listen to it. Then it goes in circles. Yeah.
We got rooms and
Yeah, and I think that was
drink
John
too.
Denver, wasn't
I
it?
cook. Hey, let's sate that appetite,
Right, let's get rid of this.
Until
Where?
next time.
No, we've got too much money. We have way too much money. Once I turn it off, it goes through my head again, and I just have to listen to it every time. Sounds like a kind of Groundhog Day. I don't sleep great anymore, but I refuse to. Yeah, me too. Oh, yeah, there's lots of side effects. But most GPs will try and get you on some really heavy stuff. And that night I'm going to sleep now. Nice one. Take care, Rainbow, and have a great sleep. And thanks for hanging out, and have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Rainbow. Bye. I wish... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually used to watch a lot of his YouTube videos. He's really funny. Yeah, he's actually really funny. Let's say his videos might not be 100% politically correct, but they're really funny. Now let's get rid of this junk here. Okay, Rainbow. Super nice. I have to wake up in 1 hour, and oh my god, you're going to be wrecked, Igma. The last 2 years just went by so fast. Goodbye, Rainbow. Stay safe. Wall, the bow and the blade. I'll get rid of all of that junk later. There's not much here, to be honest. Oh, right, I had a farmer. Now I need that. That's it. There. Okay, we're all good. Now,
You're
the
someone
weapons. I want to keep them inside where I can keep an eye on them. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. Yeah.
Want to hear a little Nord wisdom? You don't really know a
Yeah.
woman till you've
Yeah,
had a
he's
strong
been dead a
drink
while.
and a fist.
They did a movie about, was it Steve Jobs? I think it was, yeah. I think that guy, Michael Fassbender, that guy from, I think he's from Northern Ireland, isn't he? Michael Fassbender. He did, let me see what he did. Yeah, I think he did a young Professor X in the X-Men. Or was it Professor X? Yeah, Michael Fassbender. He did the Assassin's Creed movie. I think he did the part, yeah. Deutschendorf Jr. Yeah, definitely German.
With her.
Now we need to get rid of this stuff.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something.
Right, let's get out of here. I've gotta really move them spiders, you know that? There we go. Let's make sure. Yeah, that's okay. Right. Let's see what's next. Glad his stage name was Denver. Nice. It was a little bit easier. Although it works for some people. Like, let's say, David Hasselhoff. Kind of works for some people. Now the sepulchre is right down here. I think that's where I just do the skeleton key and then... Yep. Then we can put this quest to rest. Oh, there's no other locations anyway, so we're okay. Now, there's a guy here, we read a diary or something, talk to a few ghosts, and I think that's the way it goes, if I can remember this one well. Yeah, that guy with the diary is over there. We'll try and get some of the destruction out here if we have any enemies.
I don't recognize you, but I sense that you're one of us.
This is the guy that was actually murdered. And asked the same question of you.
I've defended the sepulchre alone for what seems like.
And that's the guy, yeah. David Hasselhoff. Yep. Yeah, he marries the Welsh bird, just like Michael Douglas, wasn't it? Catherine Zeta, Welsh also.
We were betrayed by one of our own kind. In fact, I'm to blame for what's happened here.
I don't know, are they still together, yeah? He did, yeah. Rodman, wasn't he pretty tight there with Kim Jong-un for a while? Kim Jong-un had this kind of fascination with basketball. He tried to broker some kind of peace thing there at one stage. Yeah. David Rodman. Or Dennis, sorry. I would lay down to go to sleep, but I am too stressed to sleep. I have to do something later this morning, and it's going to really... Yeah, that can be a kind of stress. Yeah, totally. I just looked at my ARC download on my PlayStation 4. It says it's going to take 59 hours. Oh my god. Before it's downloaded. Oh my. That's it. That's a pretty long time. But it's not always accurate. You know, if your internet is running slow at that exact second, that could go to, you know, it might be a lot sooner. I haven't bumped into David yet. Apparently, he sometimes resides not too far. Oh, nice, from where I live. Yeah. In the north, in North Korea, a 3-point shot. It's 5 points. Dennis Rodman and him coached the team, I believe. Yeah. Michael Douglas. Yeah, that's the one. And Catherine Zeta. Do you remember her from the BBC series Dropout? Maybe not. It was quite a long time ago. The Darling Buds of May. With that guy from Trotter, what was his name again? Only Fools and Horses. He was the dad. And Catherine Zeta, remember? She was the daughter. The Darling Buds of May. That was quite some time ago. Maybe you don't remember it. Let's hope people go to bed around here and it will get faster. Yeah, I remember that one.
The last of the Nightingale Sentinel. We were betrayed by one of our own. I was blind.
Oh, let's see.
Perhaps if I had been more vigilant, then Mercer Frey wouldn't have lured me to my fate. I haven't heard that name in a long... How do you know of me? The King!
I have the key. Yay! I have the skeleton key. I'm going to be listening, but I want lost lots of towels in the washer. Be right back. No problem, Rebel. I'll be crying all day.
Then it's over, and my death wasn't in vain.
Yeah, the Darling Buds in me. Remember that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you should. It was actually quite entertaining.
That's quite a noble sentiment for someone in our, well, in your line of work.
Yeah, you should check it out.
My only regret is that you had to undertake
Yes,
this
I remember
task
that one. Yeah, yeah. Then there was Steptoe and Son. And that was brilliant. The BBC, let's say, in the 60s and 70s had some awesome TV shows. Steptoe and Son was pretty good as well. The old Porridge.
Carlia? She's still alive?
Let me see. Yeah, Porridge was set in a prison. That was pretty good.
Nothing would bring me more pride than to return the key. But I'm afraid it's impossible.
And of course Monty Python. It has, hasn't it? Yeah. Like, let's say, you know, the BBC 1 and 2, you know, you're just getting reality TV programs, some news, some gardening programs, and that's pretty much it. You might get the odd movie here and there. Like any free movie channel you go to is like, it's changed so much in the past 3 decades, yeah. I think I may try to sleep now. Nice. I hope you get a good rest, Igma. Yeah. I hope you get a good restful sleep. And thanks for stopping by. And take care and stay safe, and, you know, hopefully you'll have a good day tomorrow. Take care, Igma. Bye. Going with my aunt tomorrow to have her dog. Oh, never good. Yeah, that's never good. I've helped her with a dog since she was 6 weeks old. She is 13 now. Sad. Yeah. I don't know if I could even do that, but, you know, sometimes
She's still alive? I feared she'd
it's always
follow
bad.
the same fate, ending up a victim of Mercer's betrayal. From the moment I arrived here, the sepulchre isn't merely a temple or a vault to house the key.
Yeah, have a good one, Igma. Bye.
Is the Ebonmere,
If I can't sleep, I'll hop back in, no problem.
realm of Everglow.
If I don't join back, I'm asleep. Good. And good night to you too, Igma. Stay safe.
Severely limiting our ties to her.
Then I have to proceed alone.
I'm weakening, and I can feel myself slipping away. The years without restoration of my power have taken their toll. Whatever damage has been caused can only be remedied by following the pilgrim's path to the Ebonmere and replacing the key.
I should at least get this quest out. That's it.
Whatever is affecting the Nightingale Sentinels is starting to affect me too. As I get closer to the Ebonmere, I begin to feel myself slipping away.
Yeah, it's always hard, you know, losing a pet after so long.
I feel strange when I don't think I should be feeling anything at all.
Always. I'm dreading, my guys are like 8. And I don't even want to really think about it. It's sad when you lose a pet.
With the Ebonmere closed, and their sudden severance from the realm of Everglow, I fear they've undergone a drastic change. They're shadows of their former selves. They no longer remember their true purpose or their original identities. My spirit didn't manifest itself in the sepulchre immediately. However,
Yeah, well, just spam through this
since
guy.
that day, the Ebonmere is a... Yes, but nocturnal. Think about a pic...
This guy goes on forever.
Precisely. There are... I wish I could help you, but I've been...
Now, this is where he kind of tips me off where your man is.
The only possible help I've come across are the remains of some poor fellow who is trying to follow...
Yeah,
in your
that's the guy.
His journal can help?
And that's it. There we go. And he's just right over here. If I can remember it. There he is. Well, it kind of helps. There's a marker. There he is. An ebony war axe of terror. So, we'll read the journal. I'll give it some hints. I might be a bit rusty on this one. I think we've pretty much got it here. Yeah, we've pretty much got it. So, let's have a quick look at the journal. Items, books. There it is. I don't know why I let Anders talk me into this plan. He said the place would be full of riches, but I have yet to see even a single gold coin. To make matters worse, I think the other priests, all priests, are beginning to suspect we aren't who we say we are. If they discover we're posing as priests of Nocturnal, I'm sure they're not going to simply ask us to leave nicely. I have to watch my step. As an acolyte of Nocturnal, I've been assigned a mentor, old dark elf fellow by the name of... I've heard that name, Lithius. Maybe if I act the part, I can pry some information from him about Pilgrim's Path. Anders swears to me that all of the temple's wealth is stashed within their inner sanctum, which supposedly sits at the end of the path, so my job is to get us through the obstacles alive. The Deus, I can't really pronounce that, was easier to coax than I expected. Gave me a wealth of information on the Pilgrim's Path, but he was speaking in riddles. I'm trying to record what I remembered here, and shared with Anders after he's done with his mentor. The only thing Leteus, I think that's how it's pronounced, seemed clear about was that there were 5 tests on the path. This is what he said about each shadows of their former selves, sentinels work of the dark. They wander evermore and deal swift death to defilers. Yeah. And this goes on and on. Well, we just run through the whole thing. I had my cat for 18 years. We had to put him to sleep, oh my, when I was 21. Oh, so sorry to hear that. It is heartbreaking, as he had been my furry friend since I was 3. Oh, terrible. Absolutely terrible. It is. It's. They're almost like a family member. And that's absolutely terrible. Especially, let's say, if you've had a pet since childhood. Let's say, you're just a kid, and your pet lives to a really old age. But you could always, find solace in the fact that, your pet did live to a long age and it had a happy life. You can have a little bit of solace in that. But when I lose a pet, I take it extremely hard. Like my 2 guys here, they've never been away from me for more than an hour. And they kind of pine away, even if I leave the room for a little while. You can get very attached to your pets, and vice versa also. Especially, let's say, in my case, let's say I'm older, my kids have all but grown up. You know, one is married with a family of his own, so I think in my situation we tend to, you know, transfer that kind of feelings towards our pets. You know, that kind of thing. Usual junk. No, you can actually die quite easy. I'm not sure if the poison resistance will help me here. My cat was hilarious in the summer, really. We swore he had hay fever, but you would find him in the summer sun sleeping in the flower beds, nose dripping. Oh, probably, yeah. I can't have kids, so I look at my 4 cats. Yeah, yeah. But you can also, let's say, consider them like your kids as well, even, you know, when you have kids.
I sense a presence.
Okay, and you're sensing a fireball.
Death comes for you now.
This is probably... You know, it's hardly worth using destruction, you know that? And these guys will just have arrows. I think we're wasting our time with destruction here. Well, not really. There you go. Yeah, you just get arrows from these guys. I totally forget what's here, but we don't need more gold. What we would take a nice book if we got one. No, all of those are common. No, none of them we need. Okay. Oh, we're pretty much cleared on this. Oh, hang on, there's a little side one here. Well, actually, that's the way we go, isn't it? Down here. I think that's our book. Nope. Oh, look at that. Hey. We got it. We got it. Book of riddles, cake and a diamond. We take the silver. We take the garlic. And of course the wheat. We're pretty much done here. Yeah, let's make a few of these. I remember when I was about 5 years old, when my brother had to give me a very long talk about why I couldn't keep a butterfly. And when we let it free, my heart was so broken. I become so bonded with that butterfly in just a few hours. Yeah. Became, yeah. Oh no, we won't be using that. Oh, this was just a secret cupboard. Mm. That's it, okay. So, this is not the spot. It's strange. So it must be down here. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Death comes for you.
Ah, really? You know what? We really need a better spell than that one. Okay, let's see where we are. Pretty much okay. In we... Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, let's see if this gas works. I've got protection, but I'm not sure if it works on this gas. Become was right. Yeah, scratch my... correcting myself. My head is so tired, but I can't... that happens to me when I'm tired as well. Totally lose concentration. Just rolled with my spelling. No problem. No problem, Rebel. Or grammar. No problem. Oh my god. Yeah, we want to be pretty careful here. So what we'll do is go into grand healing. It actually doesn't work here. So we need to get up there quite quickly. Now, I forget how this goes. There we go, and that's how we do it. Basically, we jump from spot to spot. Next one, I think it's over there. And then we go up there. So, we run for all we're worth. And we just kind of go like that. We've got to keep... Hey! We've got to keep above the gas. Always above the... Oh my god. I think that's how we gotta go. So... what exactly is down there? We could jump from here and make a run for it. I think that's what we'll do. And that's how you do it, guys. We're true. Now, that was the first trial, I think. I think there's a secret door behind this statue. And there's a bandit, of course. Has to be a bandit. Well, the only thing I want is a soul gem fragment, really. Ah, there's a kind of... There it is. Oh, I think there's two here, isn't there? Yeah, two for this one. Okay. Okay, we're on our merry way. So, let us proceed. Oh, nice. Oh, that was impeccable timing. Oh, I never lost that anyway. Okay, we'll check this place out before we go any further.
I sense a presence.
Yes, you sense a presence, correct? And a master door. And exactly where is this going to? Oh, it's just a bypass, isn't it? Yeah, we're getting rid of these guys also. Let's, this place looks familiar. I have a very irrational fear of butterflies, really. And definitely moths. Well, I'm not exactly fond of the really big moths, but I can hold them in my hand and release them through the window. But not my favorite thing. In confined spaces. Yeah, they're good outside, but don't bring them in. Ah. I'm not that bad with insects.
The endless sleep comes for us all.
Let's see what's here. Oh, there's another one. Proper lock design. There's a lot of skill books here, isn't there? Two so far in a small area. Okay, where is this? Or is somebody taking pieces out of me? We're pretty much done here. So, let's see if we can get up and kill these guys. Ah, I see where you are. How are we actually getting to these ones? I don't know if I can make that jump. Oh, I did. Nice. Here, come get some. Oh, I just decapitated a ghost for some reason. Now, I think we've pretty much done this one. Yeah. There's that little area there, but we've just been through that. Okay. let's get out of here. So this is where we need to go. And I'm almost sure we have that cleared. Right, let's proceed. Oh, hi, Yako. Lantern. Goodness me, you're a violent one. Yep. How are you, Lantern? Yeah, it's been a while since I played. Oh, hi, Tigger. Hi. How are you? And the same to you. Yeah, happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm off to bed. Nice. Yeah, have a good rest, Tigger. And have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Tigger. Bye. All's well. Nice. No problem, Tigger. How did you enjoy your day? Yeah, it's been a while, Lantern, since I played this game. About 2 years, just a little over. So I bought an anniversary edition, a kind of excuse to play it again, so just getting used to the game and the Creation Club quests. And you too, Tigger. Stay safe. I usually do Fallout 4 in this game, you know, day on, day off, building, you know, well, basically exclusively building in Fallout 4, and then Skyrim tomorrow will be Fallout 4 again. Yeah, it must be quite late where you were, Tigger. Probably maybe 1, 2 a.m. Here it's almost 7:30. Oh, my dog. Yeah, I know you're awake, Toby. Here, do you want to watch the game? Yes, you're my little palm. You are. You can watch the game with me. You're a good dog. Yeah, they usually wake up around this time. Nice. Yeah, this is the very last of the... Well, we've basically done the Thieves Guild. This is just returning the key. Ah, it's actually down here. It's all over. It took me a while to figure this one out. I said it was 5 quests. It didn't feel like... Or 5 trials. Didn't really feel like that, to be honest. So, there's a guy down here with a note, and... we all just mess about and eventually keep trying the floor, and it takes the key, and that's about it, I think, as far as I can remember this one. This is the other guy that was... There he is, down there. Anders. This is the criminal number 2. Anders. I can't believe it. I came all this way, solved all those ridiculous riddles, just to end up in here, after I memorized Neustrom's clues he collected from Lataeus, I think. I slit his throat. What an idiot. Now I guess the joke's on me because I'm stuck here. Serves you right. And I don't even see a way out. Hope someone comes by soon. I'm getting hungry. It is. I think today is the 17th, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, 17th. Yeah. 17th of March. Now, it's always taken me ages to figure this out. Do I drop the key? But eventually, actually, this place just... I think we just wait it out, isn't it? The floor opens up and takes the key, kind of thing. There it is. Just give me enough time to collect a message, I suppose. And there we go. And there it is. It's been returned. Do you always have the soothing voice? I'm a bit drunk already. I've been told I have, Lantern. It's toned down over the decades, I suppose. But apparently so. My brother doesn't mind them in the house. He loved them all as much as I did. Ah, he was just always considerate of the ecosystem and the importance of bugs. Yeah. Oh, totally, yeah, for our well-being. Yes, the key. Oh yeah, we gotta put the key in, don't we? Yep. There we go. Nice. Everything is returned.
My, what do we
No,
have
it doesn't really bother me.
It's been a number of years since I've set foot on
Hey,
your world.
all it is an unbreakable lockpick, Lantern. And I've got all of the perks out on the lockpicking. But out from that, you know, it doesn't, let's say if you're going for the Oblivion Walker achievement, it doesn't affect that. A lot of people would hang on to it because it's easy to do the lockpicking. But I grind that out at a pretty early stage. So I've got 100 in lockpicking and unbreakable lockpicks. So to me, every single lockpick is just as good as the skeleton key.
Don't mistake my tone for displeasure. After all,
It was different in Oblivion. You know, it had a point.
But we both know this has little to
Yeah,
do
I
with
usually
honor.
keep it and never put the perks in. Yeah, but it can be quite handy, let's say, as you're doing the lockpicking. Yeah, not to be breaking the lockpicks.
Your desire for power, your hunger for wealth. I bid you to drink deeply from the Ebonmere mortal. For this
And
is
raises
where
his
the
voice
agents
really
are
quick.
nocturnal.
It makes me jump like mad.
The oath has been struck. The die has been cast. And your fate awaits you in the Everglow.
My.
Farewell, Nightingale. See to it that
Ah,
you
my.
stay this time, won't you?
She never even gave me her number.
I'm glad you were
That
able
was
to
one
bring the key back
pretty
safely.
decent Daedric.
Nocturnal seemed quite pleased with your efforts.
That is so good. I have an irrational fear of worms. No, worms has never bothered me that much. They're so good for the soil. Yes, they are. Bees are extremely important. Yeah, extremely important. Pollination, flowers, fruits, all of that stuff.
I'm glad you were able to bring the key back safely. Nocturnal seemed quite pleased with your efforts.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Absolutely.
I wouldn't take that to heart. It's her way. Think of her as a scolding mother continually pushing you harder to be successful.
I thought I'd at least get a phone number, Lantern.
I assure you, had she been displeased with you, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
What is this about becoming an agent? So basically we just, I think, pick our little thing here.
The crescent moon represents the agent of stealth.
The perks in this game, the boons are not really great. A few of them are kind of okay. You know that one, let's say, Sailor's Repose? That's not bad. You know where you did that one in the lighthouse?
This is Nocturnal's way of maintaining balance. If you ever feel the need to change your abilities, you can return to the Sepulchre and step onto a different circle. Be warned
Yes,
that once
yes.
you've chosen, you can't reselect for at least a day.
Oh, I see.
Now,
So what
your
now?
life as a nightingale begins.
So,
Should
we'll
the
spam
new
out our
riders be
dialogue.
summoned to the Sepulchre in order to
We'll
defend
pick one of these things, and that's it. We're finished with this, I think.
The guild has welcomed
And you.
Earth with open arms. I feel like a void in my life has finally been filled. I only hope that
Oh.
this isn't an ending to things, but actually the beginning.
Ah, I see. The very first time I did this quest, you know, kind of reading into the dialogue, I assumed that, let's say, at stages in the game, you know, we'd be called back to defend this place, but it never really happened. It was kind of misleading, the dialogue.
Why, perhaps The greatest crime spree Skyrim's ever known. There are pockets brimming with coin and coffers overflowing with riches ripe for the picking. We may
Dear
be
sister, I
knightlings,
loved
but
every
in our
creature.
hearts we're still thieves.
Even had an albino. Oh, I often thought about keeping snakes, but I just couldn't come to the terms of feeding it live animals. Couldn't do it. Same with spiders. Now let's actually.
The agent of strife can send forth a tendril of pure darkness into the heart of another, causing great injury.
Now that's actually just silly, that one.
This tether will bolster the
Well, there's
agent's
none of them
own
really
life.
workable, to be honest, in this when you're a high level. The agent, I usually get the stealth one, I think,
Agent of
but
subterfuge utilizes
yeah, it's
shadow
not
to
great.
cloud the judgment of those
Now
around
this is
them.
good.
By weaving the darkness to their will, this agent can manipulate others into fighting for the Nightingale for a limited time.
No, not really stealth.
The agent of stealth is the master of remaining unseen. They are able to manipulate
I think it's just
darkness
invisibility.
and use it to their advantage. On moonlit nights or in darkened rooms, this agent literally becomes invisible.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that one. The stealth.
Choose your path, and your journey will be complete.
Okay, which one is stealth? Where do I choose? It's one of these anyway. We're gonna watch this out. Oh, does anyone remember how we do this? It's one of these, isn't it? We'll let these guys play it out. Oh, hi, Pa. Hi, how are you?
Fears would have come true. He honors us all.
Well, according to my mum, I used to put wood lice in. Oh my God! Oh. No, I don't think you're too bad. What's going on in here? Is this friendly? Hi, Pa. Hi, how are you?
Eyes open. Walk with the
You over soap, yeah? Most definitely. And that's it for those two. Oh, we got to stand on one of these, don't we? Which one is subterfuge? Or stealth, isn't it? We want the stealth. Now let's see if we actually have it. Okay, can anyone remember how we work this thingy? Maybe we've got to come back in a few hours. Activate portal entrance. So all of them go back to the same place, don't they? Yeah, pretty much. I think we've got to come back here in like a day or something, isn't it? Oh, thanks for the bits, Pa. I appreciate it. Kind of you. Yes, you'll get a lot of protein. you do well as a survivalist, put it that way. Definitely. How do we use this again, guys? I think we've got to wait like 24 hours, is it? And stand on one of these. Okay. We'll give it a shot. And we'll come back here later. We don't really need it, but you know, we're here, we might as well give it a try. So she said 24 hours. Let's give it a shot. I am living in Yankville, but from 4 other countries before this, so don't Yankify completely. Okay, if we don't get this straight away, we'll just move on. It's more of a time waster, this. I actually forget how to do this. I think it's the other one, isn't it, guys? Yeah, I think it's the other one. I don't think it's that one. I think it's the one inside. How do we change this thing? It doesn't really matter. We don't need it. We're overpowered as it is. I'll come back here later and do it. I totally forget how to do this. I thought it was that, to be honest. It's strange. I know it's here, but what do I do? No. I don't know how to activate this. Full moon, this is the one. What's that? It said something there. You must something. Ah, come on. You must wait a full day. Ah, I see. I've already got it. Let me see. Oh, it's in the powers. Of course. That's why it's useless. It's in powers. Yeah. Ah. I see. That's why I really thought this was useless. My sleep schedule was, yeah. Yeah, well, mine is pretty much, but you're in the right place. Pretty much all of us here have a pretty bad sleep schedule. Yeah, this is ground zero for that. So this one is Strife. That's not the one. So it's that one we need, isn't it? Let's see what that Strife is. Oh. No, but we gotta eat. That's stupid. That's absolutely stupid. You know, if it wasn't one of the powers, it might be too bad. What is sleep? So you're pretty much in the same club then? Yeah, crazy dream time. So we want the stout one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one we want. Well, it's not great either. Okay, let's get out of here. None of them are actually really good, to be honest. But we're totally done here, so... that will show us our way out. So that's the end of the quest. We've finished with the Thieves Guild. Oh, we gotta go back, isn't it? And then, yeah, that's what we'll do next time in. We'll build up the Thieves Guild. There's about, yeah, if you do it right, a few saves and loads again, you'll get it out in about 12 or 14 quests. Bye-bye, Mr. Fox. Okay, let's sell what junk we have, and we can put away that any goodies we got. So my favorite spot is right about there, Riverwood. Fox killer. I'm desperate to get up destruction. I'm playing this on legendary. Like, destruction has always been a pain. But on legendary, you know, it's really bad. I haven't tried out the new spells yet, Lantern. I'm hoping, let's say, they will raise it a bit quicker than the spell I have. Between Croc and another streamer I'm on for, I blame them directly for my lack of normal sleep. Nice. If I don't talk about them after I wake up, they are forgotten forever. Oh, dreams, yeah. I've had some strange ones in my time.
Good dog.
There, this guy is still holding a torch.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Now, let's see. Oh, that wasn't much, was it? Okay, let's see what junk this guy will buy.
We got room. Take a look.
So, he's got 1100, and we must have something for him. Well, let's take his money. And of course, the old elven arrow to the knee. Right, he's broke. Well, he's got himself a pretty nifty war axe. So you don't feel left out. Nice. So we'll clean up our act here and get rid of this junk. Okay, at least we got the T-Sco finished. We actually finished... Yeah, we finished an entire quest line.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
And he's got all his cash back, so... I don't think we have a lot. Oh my. Oh, he hadn't got as much money as I thought, had he?
Till next time.
Okay. We need to go to this one last guy. You don't have to follow me. I do nothing.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Have you spent some time in Scotland, Lantern?
Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Okay, let's get rid of these potions. That's not bad now. And 7 of these, and that's it. That's all our junk. I got lucky. I had enough cash to tide us over. We just drop our junk here, and then we're done. Yeah. Oh, I see. Scotland Yards. It's been a long time ago since I was in Scotland. I think the mid-80s. Maybe the late 80s. But that was a pretty common word. Okay, And that's it, guys. I'll just save it here as the main save. And that's it. I'll be leaving it here, guys. I usually set to do 6 hours if I can. I've done... what have I done? 6 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, I'm getting quite tired and hungry. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time, guys. We'll be doing our little building in Fallout 4. We'll be getting back to that medical facility building in County Crossing. I'll probably have a few more things done, you know, out of the way. I'm just a native Yank. I've seen too many movies based in Europe. Ah, I see. How dare you leave me? Lived right outside Inverness. Oh, nice, for about 9 years. Where was the last place I was in? Oh, obviously Edinburgh. Yeah, I think it was Edinburgh. Was the last place I was in Scotland, yeah. Okay, everyone, take care and thank you for keeping me company. And this was fun night from me. And thanks for hanging out, Rebel. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow, and the same for all you guys. So I will be going straight to a raid. Some of our friends should be on. And as I said, I will be back tomorrow at the same time. We'll be doing some building in Fallout 4. But not before saying goodbye to as many of you as I can. And thanks for the follow, Lantern. I appreciate it. And welcome. And to you too, Par. So, goodbye, Par and Rebel, and Dropout Theory, and Lantern. Take care, guys, and stay safe. Also, MJ, Tigger, Hufflepuff, and Jill, and Lady Grey. Have a good one, guys. And let's see what else I can find here. Let's see. Shan't be long. And of course Igma. Take care, Igma. And Catspaw. And Dropout. Take care, guys. And I think Chance was on, wasn't he? Yeah, have a good one, Chance. And that's as far as my message board goes. I know there was a lot more people, but you know what my memory is like, especially when I get this tired. But to everyone who is watching, guys, I appreciate the support. Thank you, Mr. Suit Voice. No problem, Lantern. Have a good one. And you too, Dropout. Have a great day. Yeah. So, yeah, to everyone, guys. You've all been awesome. Thanks again for stopping by. And let's see if any of our friends are streaming. And if you're not too tired and still in the mood, you might consider joining. So, let's see who's streaming. And as usual, I'll be getting something to eat and watching the stream and staying awake as long as I possibly can. So, let's see. I shan't be long at this. And we'll be going straight to a raid. Yeah, and to everyone, guys, yeah, have a great day. And if you celebrate St. Patrick's Day, yeah, have a great St. Patrick's Day. And yes, to all. And to you too, Lantern. So, let's see who's streaming.